We're different here. We don't just get up for another day. We rise. We don't just work. We endeavor. We're women and men for and with others. We have hope, we believe, and we celebrate. Why are we different?
So we can be the difference.
Welcome everybody. Hey, oh my gosh, it's so good to see you. It's EGFC, it's week 10. I'm Beautiful Crow, that's Captain Ahsoka. We got a lot more Collegiate Super Smash Brothers action for you here. And honestly, this is such a treat. This is such a treat because we have a little bit of a first timer coming in this season. It's the historic Howard University joining us for their first day of matches.
Honestly, yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting. It's not every day that you get to cast for a team making their debut. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked about this one, to be completely honest. And because mostly we don't know what they're going to be bringing to the table. This could be like literally an all-star team and we not even know it. But they are going to be going up against Marquette University, who we are pretty familiar with. So it's going to be interesting to see how they make their debut against an experienced team like Marquette.
Yep, going to be going up against Marquette. Pretty experienced, I would say. We do have a multitude of matches coming up today for you on all across the channels on EGF, but you want to stick with us because you know we're rocking the Bald Bros look today. I got a little bit my side shaved down, got a nice little fade going, you know, so
you're not even close to bald. What are you talking about?
If you look from the back, you'll see a lot more, but we're not going to get into that. I haven't fully committed to the ball gang just yet. It's getting there, though. Definitely getting there.
Yeah, I was fitting to say, bro, you can't just claim bald gang, bro. Come on now.
I'm like half bald gang.
Okay, half bald gang. Regardless, I'm looking forward not only, of course, you know, I talk about this all the time, and I'm going to continue to talk about it because with a new team, you got a completely new play style. You don't know what to expect with this setup, with this team. You don't know. You know, I mean, we got a good look at their players. We got Vexel, Kenny Cosmic, Yango, and Esquire. I love that, by the way. That last one there, just a little panache at the end of it. So we know the players, right? But we don't know what their compositions are. We don't know who they like to bring to the fight. Do they have one main that they stick to? Do they have multiple characters that they go to? Do they bring the 1-2 wombo combo? Are they going to stick to meta? Are they going to go off script? You don't know. And that's what we're mostly interested to see coming from Howard University. Now with Marquette University, we did get a chance to get a glimpse at the compositions that they do bring to the table, and so far they're pretty effective, to say the least.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'd have the starting five for both squads, and as much as you know, you talk about the surprise factor, there's also that nervous factor, right? Like, this is Howard's first foray into this particular league. I do know they have played in other leagues before, but adding them into this one, so there might be a little bit of nerves coming into that, factoring in the starters for Howard. I know Karis is starting. Not sure what they play, not sure who they like to main, but my boy Fred is going to be starting for Marquette, and that is a firecracker to start out with. Rocks the Falcon, rocks the Joker. That's a good starter if I were to pick someone. Like, off the Marquette, you know how well they have been doing recently. Fred, a good one to start with, and also if we see that Spencer Ness, then, you know, we'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, I'll be honest, you know, the more and more that I watch the EGFC and as well cast it, analyze, the more I'm beginning to, you know, get the inclination, at least for most points of view. I feel like Falcon is just such a balanced character. You know, they are easy to learn, but they're difficult to master, and I think that speaks to a little bit of the nuance behind Falcon. Now, you do have those other characters that are just simply hard to learn and hard to master, like the skill gap ceiling is so high. But I feel like with Captain Falcon, you know, you know their B moves, you know the up B, the down B, you know the Falcon punch and the Falcon kick, right? But, you know, they're just difficult to master, especially the timing and how to use them with Captain Falcon's combos. So, yeah, I do agree with it that it is a good starter. And for whatever reason, if your opponent has you dialed up, then luckily for that first pick coming from Marquette, they can switch out to, like you said, a Joker pick. But as we are looking now, it looks as though we're going to have a Donkey Kong and a Cloud.
Fred has adopted the recent mentality of everybody saying, you know what, maybe DK is a good heavy. throwing away Bowser into the toy bin. Everybody's picking up DK just because, I mean, they like his options a little bit better. I suppose so, but playing into the Cloud here, let's see what Karis can do, opening things up for Howard University as we're getting into the first match of the day. Frud on the DK, Marquette. See how well he does on the leader of the DK crew.
And you know, I even said this last week, is that I'm a huge fan of Donkey Kong. Is like literally my favorite Nintendo character. Like, you know, I'm gonna keep it a buck 50 with you. My favorite Nintendo character. But in Smash, they are not my favorite heavy. Although Frud making a solid case for them already, taking one stock off of Cloud. But you see, when we're talking about throwing Bowser away, I feel like Bowser has a little bit more stage control than DK does. And now you can see Karis missed the up B, couldn't recover, and falls to yet another stock disadvantage.
Yeah, unfortunately, wrong placement where you wanted to be. Karis losing 2 stocks really quick, and Frud has that giant punch already maxed out, has the rage as well, I believe. So he's sitting pretty with that 3. Yeah, he's at 102, but it's DK. That's a beefy boy. It's going to take a minute for him to get knocked out unless Karis can land, you know, dash attack, get a light forward smash in, use the full limit break. Just like that. Maybe actually hit him a bit with chip his shields. Yeah, Karis definitely not looking good to start here.
Well, you see, the thing about Fruit is, you know, I'm wondering, it's like they're playing really conservative right now. They don't want to lose that first stock. And I'm like, normally in like a normal competitive setting, you're going to see them go bonkers with a big old fist to the face. And with that, Frud, apologies, we're going to get the name right, is going to win that first game with 3 stocks. So correct me if I'm wrong, that's 3 points already on the board for Marquette University.
Yes, 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 you are correct. That will be 3 points. Gotcha right there in the pocket. Mr. Frud, you make me so happy. Just absolute brain off, full gas gameplay as you see there. Hopefully Karis can bring it back in this game too and get some points for Howard University starting off, because you know in this league, you never want to start down 0-6 or 0-5 or whatever have you. You want to at least go out with some points in your pocket, bringing to the next set. As we are getting those stages counterpicked away. Will there be a character switch? We'll have to find out and see, because I did not expect Frud to whip out the DK. I mean, all right, I guess, hey, everyone's adopting DK, might as well.
Now, you see, I'm doing this not just because I'm completely nuts, but also because my gears are turning. You're talking about counter picks, and already I have some coming to mind. And you know what I immediately think? When I think of the counter to a DK, I'm thinking range. I want to see throwables. I want to see, like, you know, maybe even a little bit of magic. You know, maybe if we bring the Zelda pick in and work that range and be able to get DK off the stage, because DK's recovery, not the greatest, right?
Not good.
I'll just say not the greatest. You know,
Yeah.
I'll sugarcoat it a little bit, because it can be finesse. You know, you can make it back on stage, you can recover, but again, it is a shortfall for DK, no pun intended, maybe a little. But regardless, I also would not mind seeing, like we said, you know, maybe that Zelda pick, or even remember the damage done with the young Link coming from SJU.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal. Boomerangs, bombs. You know, we're seeing the flaming arrows, just an absolute plethora of range, and then the punishment in the short range with the sword as well. And also a case can be made for a Samus pick as well, because we saw that clash. Truly just a remarkable display of how effective ranged picks can be.
Absolutely agree. DK is very easy to punish from mid-range game, but also, like you said, the smaller, speedier characters can get considerable. Young Link can combo this man until he just literally waves the white flag. It's kind of ridiculous. So definitely some answers there. We'll have to see if Karis decides to stick with it, because honestly, the Cloud pick is not a bad pick. It's just getting used to that playstyle. It's getting used to how Frud plays, you know, getting around that, and maybe not SDing, maybe just keeping those stocks a little bit high. So I would not mind him sticking with the Cloud pick, just changing up tactics a little bit.
It's tough. Again, you know, when I'm, like I said, when I'm looking at that DK, you got to be able to outmaneuver Donkey Kong. That's like literally the main strength that you're going to have, because if you're going to try and trade blows and go toe to toe, you're probably going to end up losing that fist fight, to be completely honest. And then not to mention, Cloud does not have the greatest recovery either. So honestly, if you want to get to DK's weakness, you have to take them off stage, and you need a character that can maneuver off stage, that can maneuver in the air and has great recovery, so that way you can exploit that weakness in Donkey Kong. If you're picking a character who doesn't have great recovery, unfortunately Cloud, again, not the greatest recovery, might not be able to I mean, might not be able to get the most out of Donkey Kong. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. Off-stage game, though, I would take Cloud over DK every single time.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Definitely just there. And I do believe, if I heard that correctly, is that the picks? All right, we're getting going here into game number 2 of this first set between Frud and Kessie. Or Karis, rather. Wow, dyslexia. It's a kind of son of a gun. Anyway, we're doing it on Battlefield. All right. Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, no. Okay, so Fred said time to play is over. Long have we waited. Captain Falcon Fred has been activated. And he's about to make Karis cry a little bit because there's a lot of good Falcons in this league. And Fred is definitely near the top of that list.
Yeah, not to mention Captain Falcon does have a pretty good recovery. You know, we're talking about, you know, Cloud versus DK, yeah. But let's keep it real. You know, yeah. Captain Falcon again is a very balanced character. They can do it on the stage, they can do it in the air, they can do it off stage. Right. They have just such a high level of versatility, and in the hands of Fraud, it just becomes that much scarier. Like you said, one of the top Falcon players in the EGFC, and we're getting ready to see that now.
Yeah, he's kind of just playing right now. Good counter by Karis. It's full limit. Oh, maybe went for the slash instead. But yeah, he'll make him pay for that real fast. Takes him right off the top. Gonna get that first stock in very easy fashion. Frud gonna go and keep moving. Okay, falling into a smash attack. See what Karis can do here. Do some projectile spam to get some damage off Frud. Gonna take the long way down. Kick, just jump back to ledge and dash attack in. Can start the combo, looks for the flip, does not grab it, no stop either. Ooh, just missing short of that raptor boost. Will Fire Falcon himself up. Nice parry. Start the combo chain again. He's looking for, I know exactly what he's looking for. Every single time, he's trying to go for that offstage down air. He's been unsuccessful a few times, but you know what's in his mind.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it before. No reason why it can't come out now. And then again, just the fact that Frud switched to the Captain Falcon, to me is just funny because they already were able to get a 3-stock win with the DK, and it was like, you know what? I want to have some fun with the Captain Falcon today.
Right. He's like, let's do it. As we do see Karis trying to put the pressure on, use those wave slashes to get damage racked up front, sitting at a high 1-CL. He's about to say, that's about the time Falcon usually gets taken out, especially by sorties. Let's see what Karis can bring back because he tied it. Or not, oh, never mind. Still ahead by a stock. Already on their last unfortunately. And they're getting bounced. Oh no, not the punt, not the PK. Fred just gonna run up, charge that PK, and take himself a nice nifty little 2-0.
Oh yeah, Fred was able to kick a field goal for the win there. You know, right from the 50-yard line, and really was just able to take the dub there. Again, now going up 2-0 in that best of 3. So clearly Marquette University will be walking away with that one in that best of 3 scenario for a total of 7 points. So again, just a fantastic showing there in the first matchup. And you know, this is pretty much the initiation process for Howard University. Welcome to the EGFC.
Yeah, welcome on in. The water's hot. Get these players ready because Marquette University, they don't play around. As you saw. Well, I mean, I guess that was Fred playing around, I suppose. I mean, the DK pick was control, but hey, he did it just to do it. But man, his Falcon is so.
Even though that DK did get a higher stock win than Falcon did.
He got his few style points, yeah.
But regardless, it was a fantastic first round there. And honestly, again, that's just the start of it. We still got plenty more to go between these two teams.
Yes, we do. 4 more matches to be played in this between Marquette and Howard. Woo! I'm going to wake up and shake it up because Howard definitely want to be looking for some points. Don't want to... Now, there's nothing wrong with losing your debut. It's much nicer to at least go even or win. So, looking to shore up the difference in this next game. I know we have Vexel coming up for Howard. Should be interesting to see how they're going to play.
Yeah, this is definitely going to really answer a lot of questions that we've had coming into this one. First of all, who is Howard? What are they bringing to the table? And what these players can do, you know? And it's really interesting that Marquette decided to start out with Frud because, again, that's a very heavy hitter coming from the roster, you know, up on, you know, batting first. So it's going to be interesting who they decide to bring out next as we can continue this series between Marquette and Howard. And then not to mention we also get to see what type of play styles we will be seeing from Howard as well. So, like I said, a lot of questions about to be answered as we move forward.
Absolutely. So we are getting everything set up in the lobby. You know how it goes. Gotta get the players in. A lot of gotta do the stage, pick bands, blase.
Gotta pray to the Nintendo servers.
I didn't want to say it. But gotta hope that netcode decides to stay stable for us tonight. There's a lot of Smash to be played.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, that was just the first match, and, it went down in the 2-0 fashion in the favor of Marquette. But who's to say the same can't happen for Howard? This is their first time out. We are now, for the first time, going to be able to see what cards they have been holding. And as a matter of fact, they are now going to be playing Mateo going into the next matchup. So let's get ready to see what Mateo is going to bring to the stage.
Now, if I remember correctly, Mateo's like one of 3 people in this league that dares to play Ridley, which is interesting.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I don't like Ridley. I'll let you know off time. And it's not because I think they're a bad character. I'm sure they have some positives. I just don't like the character. It's such an oblong character.
It was so interesting because I remember for the longest time people were like, let's put Ridley in Smash, let's get Samus something else, let's have another Metroid rep, and I'm like, everybody's like, Ridley's too big, blah, blah, blah. They finally put him in Smash, and he's just like a brick. And not like a fun one, but he's a brick. But I do know that Mateo does play him rather well, so could show us some fancy feet as we learn that we have Kenny Cosmic coming in next for Howard University. So let's see what he can do. I'm excited. Woo! I hope you are too. Ooh,
I'm excited just because I know Ridley's coming out. Well, I don't know for sure. Okay, Captain be capping, so I don't know if Ridley's coming out for sure. But it's just so weird. I try my best to analyze a lot of these characters, but I cannot get a read on Ridley. There's just so much going on there, and I still
not all of it is good. It's
hard to find where Ridley fits. I get it; they're a big character. They're heavy, but they fit in the trash. Is that what you said? Is that what you said? Okay. Ridley fits in the trash. Well, I think Mateo would beg to differ, but regardless,
he could probably beat me. I feel.
Every single player in the EGFC would absolutely demolish me any given day of the week. I still play with a 64 controller. It's a wrap. It's over.
Wait, what? Impressive to say the least. But maybe Mateo can show me something fancy on this Ridley, or he could be playing someone else. I just know we have it documented on that big old sheet that we have that Mateo has Ridley in his bank. Could be something else. Maybe he's a dirty DK enjoyer like his buddy Fred.
What is dirty about DK? I love DK.
He's not an honest character. He's just oppressive to a weird. He's just oppressive to a weird
alligators.
I mean, yeah, but that's
like saying Mario's oppressive to mushroom.
That's a whole nother story. Mario's a drug addict. Anyway, we're getting into the button check.
Turtles.
We're just getting to the button check to see who they're going to be, and it will be Mateo rocking the Ridley, and Cosmic going to be rocking Captain Falcon here, so we're going to have to see how well he does.
If anybody was going to take out the Ridley, it was either going to be Samus or Captain Falcon. Those are the 2 characters that are winning this boss fight, right? And then another reason why I don't like Ridley, I'll keep it 100 with you. I think they are gross looking. I think this is an ugly character. It's kind of like the Xenomorph from Alien, but even the Xenomorph has redeemable qualities.
Well, I mean, yeah, you look at him. There's an idle animation where he just stands straight up, and it's still just the creepiest thing ever. Because every time you see Ridley, he's crouched over. So seeing him standing straight is absolutely weird because he has the body of a humanoid, but that big old skeletal dragon alien head plus the tail and the wings. It just looks weird. But I mean, he is captain of the Space Pirate Brigade, so I guess he's allowed to look however he wants.
It just makes me want to have the inspiration to come out with a demon type of Pokemon, and then Ridley being the first one. Like, I mean, we have fairy types,
Harder?
you know,
That's
we got dragon types. Let's just put demons in there and call it a day, okay? Ridley, the first demon type Pokemon.
Technically, he's like an alien, though.
I know he's an alien, but come on, what Pokemon? They already have like they already have a sink. They have trash.
Yes.
They got an ice cream cone and a chandelier. Why not an alien? Let's go with aliens.
Well, technically, Deoxys is an alien. Yeah. And then Cosmog. There's a few options there. Speaking of options, let's see what Kenny Cosmic can do. Eating a lot of damage here early. Mateo off stage. I will say Ridley will have a better offstage game, but the pressure game from Captain Falcon is just so much better. Like, there's so many more things he can do. As you see, he's unafraid. He's like, yeah, you got 3 jumps and some aerial options, but I don't care. I'm Captain Falcon. Lands the Falcon kick, full stage, mentioned to hit. Try to get the moonsault uppers going. Oh yeah, Kenny Cosmic is moving around the map.
Absolutely, and the whole reason they went for that dive, you know what they were going for. It's the same thing Fred was trying to do. They're trying to get that down B. They're trying to deal out that damage off stage. Falcon is a scrapper, no matter where they are. They can take it off stage, and they will mix on you. You've got to watch for the down B. And right now, Kenny Cosmic, I got to say, first time out here in the EGFC, doing pretty well against Mateo.
And Mateo will return in kind with just get that tail whip going. Slash down. Managed to get that first kill. Ooh, looking for that spike, looking for that down A off stage. Kenny Cosmic, I know he wants some double boots in the head. Yep, he's going for it. Oh, this is a little scary. Waters uses aerial dodge and unfortunately bounce from the stage after the last hit from Mateo. Now will take him out, and just like that, Kenny Cosmic is automatically in the hot seat, sitting on 1 stock. Mateo has not lost his first, sitting at literally 1-1-1.1. And as course, as soon as I pointed out, he takes damage, which is how that goes. Charging up the down smash, not going to work. Kenny Cosmic looking for an answer here to take down this big old ugly space pirate captain. Great spot dodge by Mateo. It looks so easy here, and yo, not even going to lose a single stock sitting here. Mateo making Ridley look at least like a C tier.
Well, there you have it. I mean, Mateo definitely making Ridley look good there in that first matchup against the Captain Falcon of all picks. And you know what? I gotta say, I do love the spirit coming out from Kenny Cosmic over there from Howard University. They had the right idea in mind, but I think they just went a little bit too overzealous. They got too excited, and they were worried about, you know, having such an aggressive offense. They didn't think about where the direction was going with their aggression. You know, there wasn't really any method to the madness, but still, I like the spirit. I like the way they're thinking. Now, if they can just get that under control, they might be able to take a round off of Mateo as we get ready to head into round number 2.
Yep. Going into round number 2, gonna run it back. Same character, same stage. Like you said, Kenny Cosmic, like the formula he had, like a lot of the play he did, there's just some things he definitely needed to change up a bit, and that might have spelled victory in his favor, but they're gonna do it again. Let's see if we can get it in round number 2 here. We're getting right into it.
Yep, that we are over towards center stage, and already the combos coming out for Kenny Cosmic. Already, though, Mateo was able to land a nice hit there, getting 20% damage done. And now back over to the sides, and look, you can see the difference here because it's literally just all combos, all gas, no breaks coming from Kenny Cosmic. Meanwhile, you see Mateo trying to just find those small openings in which they can deliver a lot of damage all at once. And it's really a clash of 2 different play styles right now.
Yeah, it is indeed. And now they're going to get back into the mix with each other. Ooh, that was a good dodge come out from Kenny. He has to be able to capitalize this. Watching those double jumps, I know playing online does make a little bit of the timings different. Watch some distances. You want to keep short hops, not quite off stage like he wants to. I see he keeps going for the stomp. It's a great coverage option, but you have to be able to time that correctly. As Mateo playing very patiently this time around. Ooh, forward smash not going to land. Falcon kick will land though. Looking for that up. Not going to go for a rapid boost or a B at all. Okay. Kenny Cosmic, I see the plan. I see the vision. Let's see if he can get it. Going off stage once again. That's dangerous. He manages to get Mateo down, but will not be able to recover. So it's a 1-for-1 trade and all.
Yeah, just a nice little kamikaze move right there coming from Kenny Cosmic. But hey, at least they were able to take a stock off Mateo. Already some improvement compared to game number 1. And then once again, with literally no fear and no hesitation, immediately go back to off stage.
Ooh, I thought he spiked him there with that grab. Okay, forward smash, yo. There's the tail jab combo. Charging in the fire stream. Not going to land. Neutral air will hit him though. And the back air should. Ooh. Let's see, get back. Okay. Very good survival by Kenny Cosmic, but now he has to return that into something. Raptor Boost does land. Goes for an aerial, but unfortunately the timing was not there on his side. Mateo get himself another stock, and now Kenny Cosmic once again back in that hot seat. But that's where Falcon comes. He loves the danger. So Kenny Cosmic can make this work in his favor.
When you see the flamethrower or whatever you want to call that fireball come out from Ridley, does anybody else get Metroid PTSD from actually playing this boss? Yeah, so like whenever I see that, I'm like, geez, yeah, no, I don't want that. That is bad. And speaking of bad, we got some bad news for Kenny Cosmic, because now they go down 2-0 against Mateo.
I was so hyped when I saw Kenny get the sweet spot on the knee to launch Mateo all the way across the stage. I thought he was going to be able to follow through. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Oh man, Mateo managing to take the series 2-0, like you said, and that's going to double Marquette's points, putting them at 14 now. Howard University, you have a very little chance to bring this to your first match victory, because you got to play perfect from here on out.
Well, exactly, you know, and this is all part of the initiation process, and one must trust the process. Not every single team, look, every team that joined in the EGFC had this day. There was this day where you come in and then, you know, you got to get jumped in. That's the tradition. That's the rule. And right now, Howard University is getting jumped in by Marquette University, fully welcoming them to the EGFC the best way we know how. And that's what just a good old-fashioned Smash Bros, just
knuckle dusting.
Yeah, just absolute. I'm trying to say it politely, and you know what I'm trying to say. Just
I'm reading you, Cap. The brainwaves are there.
Just a good old-fashioned curb stomp. That's what we're gonna call it. But regardless, you know, we still have yet to see the full power of Howard University. We only got to see the first two. We still got more to see from Howard University. Who knows, they could be holding the aces up their sleeves. But the only thing I really have to say in hindsight to that last match is that I really loved what Kenny Cosmic was doing. I liked the mobility. I liked the double jumps. They were all over the place. They were covering a lot of the stage. Now you just have to refine that, put a little control into it, and play a little more defense. We got to see you throw your guard up. We got to see dodge rolls, and you really have to find the openings into those, especially the bigger characters like Mateo, you know, playing with the Ridley. And you can't leave yourself too vulnerable, or what is, you know, what will happen is that the other team will definitely take advantage of those openings.
Absolutely. But yeah, I agree. I did like a lot of what Cosmic was doing, what Kenny was doing. It's just the execution was not quite there, and that comes with time. That comes with adjusting. Again, we are playing on internet connection between these two. This isn't on land. It's not come see me on land, as much as that's one of my favorite sentences ever. So there are going to be some latency things happening there, and Howard U, they just got to get used to that, and they should be all squared. As we get into this next matchup here, it's going to be Chico rolling in from Marquette and Esquire for Howard, and Chico is also a degenerate and playing Donkey Kong. Let's see how long Esquire can survive, because once that combo gets going, Chico is going to be ridiculous.
Say, dude, I don't like you disrespecting my Donkey Kong out here, man. I gotta keep it.
Look, I like DK, like, you know, as a character and in the universe, but in Smash, he is just an absolute menace for no reason. Oh my god, if that connected, that would have been a kill right there. But like, yeah, I love me some Donkey Kong. I'm down with the DK crew, but in Smash, he is my enemy.
Well, guess what? You know who's going to answer the enemy that is DK? It's going to be Greninja Esquire, first of his name. Hailing as the Warlord of Water.
From the Kalos region.
Stock off of Chico, off this mighty DK. It is none other than Greninja of Esquire.
My goodness. Managing to make it work, getting that first stock. And yeah, that's the thing with Greninja. A lot speedier than the DK and able to play the distance game. You see how he keeps jumping back, hitting the water shurikens. Chico's having to dash attack and run as he's going to get the grab forward throw. He's immediately into the substitution. And yeah, Esquire definitely playing this better than his two teammates before him, trying to get some points in the pocket of Howard University, and he's going to send Chico flying, goes to the offstage, no substitution, no jutsu gonna work there. Oh no, Chico's gonna suicide, looking like it. Okay, he's gonna go for the offstage forward throw. saved his second jump to be able to get back to stage. Very good job by Chico, but he's at a very high percent right now. Greninja can kill you from a multitude of options. He's definitely within threat.
Yeah, not to mention that, like we were talking about earlier, one of Donkey Kong's shortcomings is fighting off stage, and if Greninja can get DK off stage, you know the water shuriken is not far away. Meanwhile, you see Noah is able to recover, get back to center stage, and this is where Donkey Kong's the strongest, looking for that up smash, the thunderclap, but Greninja gets down first and is able to get the up and air forward smash to get yet another stock off of Chico.
Yep, I said it once, I said it again. Greninja can kill you from so many angles and so many percents, but Chico, he knows the tech. Bottom of the stage, back air will kill basically every time. So now they have it to a 1-to-1 situation, and now the pressure is on Esquire. Chico, he's playing just to play, man. He's moving, but Esquire's playing to get something for his squad. That was so close to being bad. Almost not making it backstage. Chico doing a bit of edge guarding himself. Esquire has that run and tag gameplay going, but it's getting a little scary and a little bit hairy.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, I gotta say, I'm actually impressed with the amount of recoveries Chico was able to get with DK, kind of breaking the stigma of, you know, DK not having the best recoveries, and they still don't, but Chico definitely making it worth their while here as they recover yet again.
Oh, no, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. Oh, what a good DI.
Ninja out, but couldn't get it to go.
He has to time this perfectly. Oh, he went for the counter. Unfortunately, didn't get it on the right timing, and that should spell the end. You're kidding me. Esquire's holding on for dear life, managing to make it back on stage before Chico goes for an up smash. Not going to work. Chico wants to get that grab in. He wants to just lick this frog away. Looks for the off stage. Recovery for recovery. Both roll back on the stage. Barely dodging down. Oh, he's going for the hammer swing. Not gonna land. Chico gets back on stage safely. Cap holding his breath. Dash attack not gonna land. Roll will. Looking for it. Substitution landing back on stage. Dash attack. He runs up, grabs. Water shuriken barely missing. Has to upgrade back on the stage. Grab again. They're playing for that side game. Water shuriken pushes him forward. DK's a heavy boy. That up B might seal the deal, and it does. It knocks him under the Pokemon Stadium, and the bounce, the ricochet, the recoil will seal the deal. And Chico managing to get a very, very, very hard-fought victory after Esquire was so close for getting some points on the board for Howard.
And you know what? I think that was the first hello from Howard University. Now we got to see them wake up a little bit. That was a fantastic performance. No matter which way you shake it, I'll be honest, I thought it was going to be over as soon as that water shuriken landed from off stage and was able to connect with the DK. And I thought that was it. But like you said, at the dire moments, DK is a very heavy boy. Takes a lot to get them out. And especially with that up B from underneath the stage, there's no coming back from that. That was just a fantastic play from Chico. But I think now the side of Marquette University are well aware that there is some talent coming out of Howard University.
Yeah, absolutely. This pushed Chico all the way to the limit, you'd have to say. And now he's looking, he has to close this out. You know, he has to close this out. So Chico, I think he's going to unleash the DK this time around, no more monkeying around. Just going to go ahead and put it full force as we are getting into it here. I believe going back, just running it straight back, same character, same stage. Esquire playing a lot more aggressive out the gate, getting all that combo damage started. Chico just barely holding on.
And you know what? I think this also speaks volumes about, you know, esports in general, because one thing that a lot of people don't take into consideration, that playing in online tournaments is a lot different when you're being streamed. It does. It has a nervous factor, and you know, nerves do play a role in many esports. And honestly, it is no different here for Smash. So now that I think that Esquire and the rest of Howard U have gotten over those jitters, we may start to see an increase in their performance now that the nerves of their first debut here at the EGFC on stream is out of the way.
Yes, we see the adaptations already being made here. Once again, goes for the back bound, tries to get it. Oh, no down air for you, Mr. Chico, sir. Look at the back air from Esquire going off stage. But yeah, just a micro adjustment being made by Esquire, knowing the dash attack is coming from Chico, throwing out a cheeky little water shuriken to get some damage off. But Chico managing to make it work, and just a dash attack just to get that kill. Charges up the neutral B. Get that giant punch on. There's the substitution kill. Gonna take him sky high. Not enough to kill. Good DI from Chico, but man, oh man, Esquire wants that kill and he will get it, putting them both at a tied game.
Yeah, and that was a huge answer back just to keep it within 0% damage on their second stock. Of course, that's no longer the case because now we're back to scrapping, and the recovery does not come through for Chico. A huge exploit coming from Esquire to use the less than great recovery of DK against them. And now Chico on their last stock.
Oh, last stock for Chico, possibly last stock for Esquire if he gets caught again in another grab chain by Chico. Esquire sitting at 105. Oh, wow, he almost ran into that clap. That was so scary. Short hop down air. He gets the ricochet bounce. Looking for another offstage gambit. Esquire needs to dash attack. Misses the forward air. No headbutt gonna land. Lands right down. Good tech on that roll. The tech roll saving his life. Missing from the back air as well. Esquire knows he can get him some points here. Just a little bit more pushing power. Chico has to regain control, restabilize, and put the nail in his coffin. The back air will do it. Now they're both once again on one stock apiece. Chico worse for wear though, sitting at 86%. Esquire gonna put the gas on. Goes for the counter again off stage. That's not smart, my guy. Oh, the stop almost takes him down. Down air, not quite enough to land. Gotta do this for these offstage games. There's the substitution. There's the spike. Esquire will finally get some points on the board for Howard University.
Absolutely. Greninja, Water Master from the village hidden in the rain, finishes it off with the substitution Jutsu from Lord Esquire. You can't ask for a better finish, honestly. And not only that, but Howard University, for the first time in the EGFC, are now on the board.
They have 1 point. They have 1 point. As we are going to look at the quick replays here for this matchup. That was so hard fought by Esquire. Almost. It was kind of scary there towards the end, managing to get that substitution finally to take him on. I know we tried for it a few times before during the matchup, but it just didn't quite work out. Managing to work out this time, but now the tall order, can he close the set out? Because it's now to game number 3 between these two for literally all the marbles right now. So
yep. And you know, I was talking about last match that this was like the official introduction of Howard University. No, that's it, because they got their first point on the board. That is the first how do you do from Howard U. Didn't mean to rhyme, but it just kind of happened. You know, it just came off of my, came off the dome piece there. It's the ball, it's just a transparency from my brain to the world, and that's how that happened. But regardless, Howard University on the board for the first time, and I am digging this Greninja coming out from Lord Esquire. I gotta tell you, they are popping off in a major way. Now the question is, are we gonna stick with the DK, or are we gonna try and answer Greninja a different way? Honestly, I say it's 1 for 1. Let's keep it rolling, keep it going. This is good.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. The possibility of a switch is there. I'm not so sure. He's hard committing to the felony that is playing DKs.
You keep it up, bro. Just go, come on. keep it up. Keep talking about my dude like that. You're disrespecting, my favorite Nintendo character of all time. All right, that's what's up. All right,
Listen,
I see you.
You know we team Pokemon over here. We team Pokemon over here.
Okay, Pokemon's all good and great. I like Pokemon. Doesn't mean I have. I love DK. Doesn't mean I have to hate Pokemon. Just because you like Pokemon doesn't mean you have to hate DK.
Look,
come
on.
Like
I said before, I just don't like DK currently at Smash because he is an absolute menace and just will not.
But he's not even the best heavy. He's still like
he's up there. He's literally up there.
He's getting up there because more and more players are playing around with DK, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, I like this. But you know whose fault that is? That's all y'all's fault, because y'all slept on DK. Now guess y'all waking up because Donkey Kong is on the come up. So guess what? Whose fault is that? It's not Donkey Kong's fault. Should have stayed woke. Shouldn't have slept on him. Now look who's paying the price.
I'm gonna be real. I said DK would have been top tier from like literally launch of Ultimate. People are like, I don't know, I don't like this, that, or the other. But because some other characters have fallen down because of the patches and everything, DK kind of just stayed the same. So if he was decent at the beginning and they never touched him, buffed him, or nerfed him, he kind of just by osmosis kind of absorbs their power and just is like, oh yeah, DK's actually good. And you're just like, why? Why would they allow this to be a thing? Maybe he's going to be good enough to give Marquette the seal deal and get this 2-1. Or Howard University, maybe Esquire rocking this Greninja to bring it in.
And now you see, it's funny that we're talking about the come up of DK, because I'll even stand by it to this day. As much as I love Donkey Kong as my favorite Nintendo character, however, my favorite heavy in Smash is King K. Rool, because Kirby Kid, Louisiana native, is within the same homeland as I. So I'm definitely a fan of both Kirby Kid and King K. Rool. But you can see here, there will be no swap for Chico. They're going to be sticking with this DK pick to the bitter end. And once again, Esquire on that Greninja.
Yep. Esquire from Kalos, trying to make it work the best he can. Look at another recovery. He's already eaten so much damage here in the early seconds. This is a small battlefield, by the way. This isn't regular battlefield with the 3 platforms. It's a small battlefield with 2. A little bit smaller in width as well. Less room to run away on. More akin, it's like a slightly smaller Pokemon Stadium 2 that we normally play on. So let's see how well Esquire can adapt to this, and he just goes kersplat. Did not realize we were playing Frogger here. A little bit of a throwback.
Oh my goodness, I haven't heard that in a long time. But you know what?
Hello.
Chico just heard the sound of a backhand coming from Frogger. That was literally a clap back all the way from like 2003. Jeez, as you can see now, we are tied once again at 2 stock apiece, but Donkey Kong, quick right back at it, being able to deal a lot of damage onto Esquire, and Esquire would not be polite if they didn't return the favor. And now back to the center stage we go. You can see the up smash unfortunately didn't miss, but that doesn't mean the forward air does. And now another forward smash coming from Greninja. Looking to get the water shuriken, looking to charge the forward smash.
Work like that.
Didn't connect, but still a fantastic lead for Esquire so far.
Yeah. We say that, but and he gets got immediately. Yeah, he keeps going for those on-side stage counters, and the thing that's different about Greninja's counter compared to, like, say, Marth or Roy's or even Lucario's is the fact that it's so slow. It's so unreliable to actually use consistently, and even someone like DK can get a big read on it easily, as now they're both down to their final stock. Final game, final stock. So you can keep this momentum going. Chico's going for the offstage, went for the down air, thought he could catch him slipping, but this is a very slippery frog indeed. It's Greninja, Shadow Dash all around, goes for the up air combo, not gonna quite land it. The tech is there, offstage. Does he go for the spike? He gets the counter, but oh my god! Straight to his doom. Esquire zigged when he should have zagged, and Chico,
Bob, when he should have weaved,
gets himself the full victory. Feels bad, man moment.
Yep.
Put him in the chat. Not like this.
A whole lot of F's in chat. Esquire rolled the dice and landed on Snake Eyes. I ain't even gonna lie. That one that hurt. And you know, and as someone who was rooting for you, and it's not necessarily because I'm biased in any way, but you know, I wanted to see Howard come out, and I wanted to see a great Greninja upset over the DK, but it didn't happen. Again, it was just that offstage presence, which they were hitting continuously. Won a couple matches off of it, but couldn't solidify that last one.
Hey, can we get a replay of that? Because oh my god, I need to see that again, because like it's the fact that he landed, the counter connected, but the after hit was already too late because Chico was already on stage and just
in hindsight, and you know, looking at the glass half full, it looked cool. You know, like that's one positive you could draw out of it. It did look cool, and honestly, it was a great heads-up play coming from Chico. They were able to get out of dodge, you know, and they just let Esquire kind of be their own worst enemy there.
Unfortunately, that was the case. As that really was Howard's best shot in bringing it back in this series, and now the point total has eclipsed. I believe it's 16 points you have to get for the match win. So congratulations to Marquette for winning this match. We still have 2 more games that need to be played, 2 more sets that need to be played. We will be getting to those. And from this point on, it's just every point matters. So Howard can still do their best and, you know, still get some points, you know, maybe get a nice little 6er going back to back. But as far as like total victory, it has unfortunately escaped their grasp.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm honestly curious to see if another DK is going to come out from the side of Marquette University, because why not? At this point, you know, I mean, they've already had 2 DK players come out and they were able to get 2 dubs. And honestly, Marquette, if they felt like being cheeky, they could just bring out a third just for the funsies, you know, just for fun. You know, I don't think they're going to do it, but they definitely could. And if not, they can even bring out the Diddy Kong as well. And that could really go for either side, because Diddy Kong is just like Donkey Kong, has definitely been on the come up as well. So again, you can't sleep on the Diddy Kong either. But still, the point is that we got to see a pulse, we got to see a sign of life, we got to see what Howard University is going to bring to the table. And you got to keep in mind, this is Howard U on day one. They can only get better from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I did, like I said, I loved what I saw, especially from Esquire. So close to bringing it home. Really, really good Greninja Tech. Someone who's put a lot of time into that character myself in Smash 4 specifically. I know how close it can be to like winning these matchups, as we are going to get into this next one. It's the boy Yango from Howard U going up against Big Stig from Marquette University. It's Astigmatism. The man's rocking the Bayo.
Oh,
the Bayo Yayo. You see how he's going to go ahead and go. I believe, no button check, straight into it.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, geez, I was like, dude, Stig, calm down. It's just a button test.
No gas, or no brakes, all gas. Put it down, let's go. Astigmatism wants to wrap this one up. Yango on the Pac-Man though. Lots of tools to deal with this witch. Let's see how well he does. Gets the Galaga. Good back throw off stage, looking for the bell. Every Pac-Man's best friend. Get that bell stun off. Has one more charge of it. Getting comboed up, side B, up B, side B, up B combo. The bread and butter from Astigmatism. He still has that bell. Oh, he used it, unfortunately. Nothing gonna come off of that. It's off stage. Bayo is pretty good. Go for the tractor beam pool. Not gonna work. And Yango played a whole lot of dodging.
Is anybody else just going wagga 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 wagga? Whenever you see the thing come, like the upbeat comes out, I just can't help but think wagga wagga wagga. And you got to keep in mind, like, I'm from the generation that actually had the Pac-Man arcades, you know, so I was in there. I was in the arcades playing Pac-Man. So yeah, that just to show my age a little bit.
The machines. Oh no!
Oh, the fire hydrant!
Oh, thank God, Yango, man's Barry Bonds with it. Is gonna head and knock the fire hydrant into Bayo. He get himself that first stock, but the top combo. I'm glad, but I'm sad that doesn't kill anymore as easy as it used to. Because if a Bayo gets you in that loop, usually you're dead. And Yango's sitting at 162. He was at 155 by the end of that combo and still didn't die. That actually shows you how much they have gutted Bayonetta. But will eventually get that kill. Big Stig finally on the board, but he's sitting at 47, now 57% here. Has a little bit of distance to cover. Yango is definitely in control. Goes for the heal drop out of it instead of the off the top. He will be eating a lot of damage there. Yango definitely has Tippo control.
I gotta tell you, it's really the friendliest characters in Smash that be dealing out the most damage. I mean, you got think about it. Pac-Man slaps. I don't care what anybody says. Look at the fire hydrant by itself, and now the forward smash. Pac-Man is cracked. I'm sorry. And then again, another friendly character, maybe not so friendly, Steve. I consider Steve a friendly character. I mean, they're like literally the most apathetic character I've ever seen. And then Game & Watch. Look at Game & Watch. Just not even 3D character. Literally just a 2D stencil drawing and absolutely pops off. You gotta watch out for these goofy characters because they just smack. They do.
Listen, Cap, I don't understand how you can call Pac-Man a friendly character when he's wearing bright red Tims all the time. This man is a menace. This man is the definition of Tim the Tool Man Taylor because he just got every single tool. He got the bell launch in the air. Oh my goodness. If he had launched the fire hydrant into her from that area, I would just, that's it. Your Honor, I rest my case. Pac-Man is actually the devil. Gonna head for the key now. I'm going to get rid of that. But yeah, like you see him, he's just like, yeah, has that smile on because he enjoys killing us. He's gonna throw the apple of doom.
Hey, you know what they say, an apple a day keeps the witches away. Well done, Pac-Man, to get the first dub on the board. And that is going to start us off here as Howard University now gets their second point on the board. Thanks for the Wagga Wagga Pac-Man getting the job done. Yeah, you like that last one, right? The apple a day keeps the witches away, yeah. It would have been better if we had a Dr. Mario, because then you could say an apple a day keeps the doctor away.
Oh god, these fire hydrant kills are so nasty. Like,
Oh, it's
on, man.
devastating.
Oh, forward smash gonna land that. Yeah, it's just, it's so interesting to see, like you see how, and it's also how he gets these kills. The apple, the fire hydrant, the red ghost smash. Like you're just like, what? Like
I guess you can say that the apple is really at the core of their arsenal. I just Thanos snapped, cringed Beautiful Crow out of existence. That's how you can like literally cringe someone out of existence. You just seen it live, and it's also unironic, or maybe it is ironic, the fact that I'm actually wearing like an apple red shirt right now.
I cannot believe you've done this.
I'm actually more of a Granny Smith kind of guy. I like the green apples, but red, yeah, if you don't have the green.
Yeah. Great, yeah, I can deal with that. Well, no sour apples here because, Big Stig is definitely feeling the pain right now. Yango, however, he's all aces as we're going to get into game number 2 here. Let's see if he can close this one out and get Howard their first series win here in EGFC as they're getting right into it. Same stage, same characters. They're going to give him the good old salty run back, and Stigmatism has some adaptation he got to make because Big Pax is packing heat.
Yep, that they are. Meanwhile, we're back to the center stage, and really, we haven't really seen any big, just breakthrough plays. It's really just been some solid combos back and forth. No off-stage trickery either. You know, we haven't seen a lot of down smashes trying to, you know, really carry anybody towards the edge guard. I haven't seen much of that. It's really just been a brawl, straight hands in the center stage, unless you get the occasional apple.
Yeah, there's the witch time finally by Astigmatism, wanting to use that as much as possible, and will take the first stock pretty convincingly, I would say, being able to dip, dodge, dive, and duck and dodge away from getting those projectiles, because Pac-Man is a very strong projectile game, as we have seen. Okay, bat within. So yeah, getting the timings on that downbeat is so crucial for Astigmatism. You want to get witch time activated as much as possible, not just bat within as the off the top combo. Not going to kill, will do a considerable amount of damage. Air dodge, he's up too close to the back of the stage. That should be another kill. Okay, Astigmatism is clearly angry here, as he will fall after getting that first or second stock of his, extending the combos with the bullets a little bit. Diego has now entered the danger zone. Now he's in the hot seat. Now he has to think of a game plan here, how to take 2 stocks back to back while not losing his, as Stigmatism wants to keep these combos going and not fall prey to the Pac-Man shenanigans.
Okay, well, maybe you can educate me just a little bit, because, you know, I am relatively, well, I don't want to say relatively new, but, you know, this is like, what, my second season here at the EGFC. So I got to ask you, why is it that Mateo just kind of fell there on their first stock? Was it because they went too far out and couldn't get back, or were they just taking the L? Like, why did they fall?
He had already used, yeah, so the combo that Bayonetta likes to use is you can use her up B and side B twice in succession. So the combo that Astigmatism used, or had already used her up B twice and did not have a second jump to get enough space back to the stage. And air dodging, it can make you travel some distance, but there's also the fall trajectory that you have to deal with as well, as you can't do any other inputs after it's done for a certain amount of time.
Gotcha. So Stig just went all in on that one.
Yeah,
like,
full commit.
Like,
Full commit.
I'm going and you're coming with me, okay? And now you can see the fire hydrant back out to work for Yango. And there you have it, the forward smash right there on the edge.
Got the bell last
get
second.
that stock off of Stig. Now only 1 stock to 1 stock, but Pac-Man definitely in the deep red now.
Yeah, he got the bell last second to actually land. Goes for the grab, does get it. Will do the up throw. Yango, real big trouble here. Not unwinnable, just very difficult. She's gonna set him up shot. Yeah, handstand, guns blazing. Stigmatism will get his lick back and bring it to a 1-1.
Absolutely, and a fantastic performance at that. They were able to land the witch time twice, and you know the thing about it, and this is really what Bayonetta is, that the witch time is slow. Like, and again, no puns intended. Like, I mean, it's the witch time; it slows things down, but to actually execute it, you have to time it so perfectly,
Yes.
and that's what we saw from Stig, and that's why it's so hard to do.
Yeah. They definitely, I think they increased the timing windows between what the threshold is for making, between what the witch time and the bat within are, because, like I said before, if you don't hit the timing window on the witch time, you're not going to get the slow debuff. You're not going to get that at all. You're only going to get the reduced damage, and that's it. So, good on Astigmatism for knowing to use the timings properly and getting the proper witch time off. So now we have to go to game number 3. It is the decider here between Stigma and for Yango. So, can he close it out? Is he going to be able to? Like, he was getting close there towards the end, getting that double back-to-back stock, but unfortunately ran out of gas, and Stigma was a little bit too clever for it.
Yeah, and honestly, we talk about Pac-Man, and we talk about how like mobile they are, how much range they have, but I gotta tell you, they're also pretty dangerous on the grapples as well. We're watching like the grapple, and then the headbutts rain in. Can you imagine getting headbutted by Pac-Man? Pac-Man is literally all head. It's all head. Like, you're getting the full force of Pac-Man. And speaking of, look at this. We're headed to a completely flat surface. No platforms, all stage.
Oh yes, we are on Final Destinations. 1v1 me, Final Destination, no items. Unfortunately not Fox, but all the hands and feet will be thrown. Indeed. Ooh, see, this is a tricky thing. But yes, there's no platforms, but that just honestly plays more into the favor of Yango. Getting away from these projectiles is going to be a lot more difficult. He misses the distance before that fully charged forward smash. That would have been a kill if that connected. Now Stigmatism going to make him pay for it. Lands a good combo. Trampoline bounce number 2 will allow Yango to get back to stage just barely. Astigmatism has the benefit of being able to keep his combos up a lot better because there's nowhere really for Yango to run from. But it's a matter of staying on him consistently and not allowing Yango, to get the fire hydrant, to get the apples and oranges, to get the bells. So it's very much, this is the even setting, right? This is what a lot of people will say. It's like, if your Final Destination ain't good, are you really good at your character? As you went for it, no hydrant gonna land this time. What?
Whoa! Was that the apple? Something came out. I didn't see.
It was the key, yeah.
Okay, it was the key. I was about to say, I'm not sure what came out, but regardless, it landed. It was able to get the first knock off a Stig, and this is, again, one of the many reasons why Pac-Man is so dangerous, because they are able to move so quickly, and then before you know it, you're getting hit with some random object, be it a fire hydrant, an apple, or a key.
Yep, and ooh, Astigmatism will land the witch time though. Didn't get a full charge on that forward smash. Might have wanted to charge out a little bit longer to get that kill. Will allow Yang to get back on stage. Dash attack not gonna land. Goes for the stomp. Madama Butterfly not gonna help out here. Unfortunately, Astigmatism not able to land that. Bell has a second charge. No, he wasn't able to get to it in time. The jab combo was there. Being a 129 heavy. Goes for the shots off stage. Not gonna land. Tilt, up tilt, boom, back air. That'll seal the deal. Astigmatism on the board, but at a high 60%, Yango can close this second stock out pretty easily.
Well, let's see if they can get it done. As you can see already, Stigmatism off to the races, wasting no time whatsoever, dealing a good bit of damage already just from one solid combo, and is going to keep the momentum going. Now taking the lead here on the second stock, goes all the way up high, but not enough to kill on Yango. Now, Yango does get knocked again off of the edge guard and can't find their way back on stage.
Just barely getting back there, but he gets caught in the combo. Yeah, should spell doom from him. No, okay, the bullets should push him far enough. Wow, he manages to live once again, but as soon as he gets back on stage, Astigmatism doing his best to prevent him from getting back. Another dash attack not killing. They really clipped this witch's wings, apparently, because she cannot confirm any kills at all. As Yango trying to set up shop, has a fire hydrant, gets another push. One more charge. No, okay. Not able to knock it into her. Great perfect shield. Not able to convert off of it though. Tries to go for a forward smash. Comes up a little bit too soon. Dash attack. No. Run up shield. Looking for an option here. Both of them are super high on the second stock. Could potentially spell danger. Next dash attack. Next up attack. B side B not going to land. God, this is so scary for either of these players.
It is, and honestly, if I was astigmatism right now and I get forward smashed, or if I get eliminated, I'd be so mad. I'll be completely honest with you. 174% damage on Yango, still not eliminated. 100% for astigmatism, and literally all it takes is for the first opening to decide who's going to be going flying, who's going to get sent, who's going to be that twinkle in the sky that just goes awry. Meanwhile, there goes the back throw, sending Mateo off stage. Oh, I'm sorry, sending astigmatism off stage as they do recover back onto the platform. No apple this time. But the neutral B nearly does send astigmatism off map, but no, we are still here at 180 and 124% damage. But hang on there.
Okay. Oh my god. We finally got it. The kill was there. The throw tech from Stig will do it. Now he's sitting at 124. Now he's got to run. Yango can definitely get a kill pretty easily from here. Surprisingly, Fire Hydrant not going to kill from the down position. Looking for it. Such good job getting these shields off when he's not trying to go for Witch Timer bat within. Recovery off stage. Key goes flying super fast. Not going to kill. Trying to use everything. Will get back to stage with a side B. Grab forward throw. Opting for back throw, interestingly enough. That's the key. That's the key to victory, though. Looking for the opening. Good run-up shield. Good dash back into shield. The defensive option there, but upward aerial will finally seal the deal at 169, was that? That's Yango having to make this work now, sitting at 60%. Missing the leg drop as well. Will connect. First hit a side B. No combo off that. Key goes flying wild. Yango has a lot of ground to cover here. Trying to get something back for Howard. Ooh, great shield. Tries to run up grab. Not enough distance. Apple bounce off shield as well. Yeah, they're just playing right at each other, giving it each other all they got. Astigmatism has not been touched on this third stock. He's been playing his defensive options really, really well. Starts to set up the chain. Unfortunately, Yango not able to keep it going all the way. Astigmatism doing a really good job of dodging. Bat within. Went for a witch time there, but not quite enough. Tries it again. Still missed the timing. Ooh, the jab combo is actually behind and not in front, so it does not actually touch onto him. Yango once again tries to get a grab off. Tractor beam not going to help him. Takes him to the other side, goes for the bullets. Ooh, cancels the shots. Cab, this is their last life. This is the final game. Going for all the marbles. Great air dodge. Oh my goodness. One little hit could spell disaster for either of these two players.
Yeah, and this is looking eerily similar to the two stock that we just saw. The bell barely missing, and now once again we are back within that danger.
Oh no, which time in?
And Dustin Pac-Man packing, and that will be astigmatism.
Oh my goodness.
Taking the win in game 3 and taking the win in the series.
Wow, down to the literal last second. Oh my god, that witch time was so good. That was so good. Finally got it. You saw him. He went for 3 back to back to back, all missing. But the 4th time, managing to land that witch time and managing to send Yango flying once again, denying Howard University that first set win.
I'm telling you, ever since the first game there with Stigmatism, ever since that first game, after game 1, Stigmatism leaned forward. That's what happened. They leaned forward. They was like, no, like they took that first out and was like, nope, not gonna happen again. It was the lean forward moment coming from Astigmatism, because after that you could tell they were getting a little heated on the sticks there. Like they stepped their game up 100% after that game 1.
Yeah. And definitely played a lot better. That third final game was so close all the way from start to finish, from bell to bell, as the saying goes. And shout out to Stigma for bringing it through and clutching it out. And like I said, Howard University unfortunately not getting a series win. We still have one more series to be played here in this matchup between Marquette and Howard. So definitely getting ready for that one. And these last 2 have been 2-1s. Maybe, just maybe, Vexel can bring it in for Howard University and get that 2-0, or even the 1-2.
Yeah, well, it can be done. And not only that, but I really think that after this matchup, we're going to see some respect being put on Howard University's name. I mean, let's be real, because we have already seen it live happen. You know, the first 2 matches, you know, they were a little bit one-sided towards Marquette, but then the last 2 between Kenny Cosmic and then, you know, not to mention we had Esquire come in, now Yango, we're really starting to see a lot of these matches get closer and closer as we move down the line. It is getting really interesting, and people are going to know, especially other competitors in the EGFC. And, you know, the first recommendation, like the first day one of what you should be doing in the league is watching your competition. So people are going to be watching today and taking notes on Howard U and realizing they got some hitters on their squad.
Absolutely. They have some hitters. Kitty Cosmic, Esquire, Yongo have all played very well. They've just come up short in a lot of situations where they otherwise might have taken the series, might have taken the stock, or taken both stops, but unfortunately it's coming up short in those moments where it mattered most. And now this is going to be an interesting match. I talked about it at the start, and I was like, I see on the starting 5 for Marquette. Big Spence is playing today, and Spence on this nest does some magical things. But right now, Vexel on the Zelda seems to have his number here. As we are into the final set of the first match today. Let's see who goes home with all the bacon.
And you see, this is gonna be a hot take for me, and this is gonna be like off the wall. First of all, great first stock coming from Vexel on this Zelda pick, going up against a Ness. Like you said, already interesting. But this is gonna be Captain's hot take for the day. You ready for this? I think when in doubt, pick Zelda. Like if you can't find a counter, and for whatever reason every other one of your picks are not working, break out Zelda. Zelda seems to be that random counter that just works. When you have no other options left, break out the Zelda. Their distance, their control over the map and over the stage definitely throws a wrench into a lot of the play styles that you see from a lot of the meta constructs being made in Super Smash right now.
I would say, I mean, she's been pretty, definitely a you should have. Naru loved that one. Spencer gonna set that up. Unfortunately, she's playing against a Ness, and Zelda in the Ness is not a matchup I envy very much for Vexel. Mentioned make it work a little bit, but Spencer gets going. Spence is gonna get going because this man knows how to play him some magical boy genius. See if he can keep it up. It is tied 2 stocks apiece, but the damage numbers, as my favorite man in the world once said, the numbers don't lie, and they smell doom for Vexel here, as he's getting knocked all across Pokemon Stadium 2.
That they are, and I'm telling you, ever since that first stock, Spencer's really stepped up their game, and now out comes the yo-yo, but the recovery from Vexel, that was pretty impressive. You got to give him credit on that, because I really thought it was doom and gloom, and finally, it does come to fruition. That is going to be the second stock now off of Vexel, as you can see Spencer now very much in control of this first game.
Sitting at a high 80. Zelda has a considerable amount of kill moves from this range on the Ness. Very good job by Spencer to dodge under the Knight's charge. Good back. He's going for those back airs as much as he possibly can. Side shield to move forward, as you do see the damage starting to rack up on Vexel here on his final stock. Spencer regain control. Has been pushing tempo, making it work very well for him. Vexel having a hard time closing out the second stock and getting it to that 1-1. 107. Options are there, covering everything he can. Still hasn't gotten a kill. Okay, there's love. Knocked off stage. And his fire not going to connect either. Going back into these down Bs. Up air, just barely missing as well. Down air, but say it with me now. Ness back air.
Ness back air. I said it not with you, but immediately afterward. Regardless, it has been a pretty scrappy match back and forth, but finally, after 97% damage was taken, Spencer finally does get knocked to their last stock, but still, this should not be a lot of work for Spencer now to solidify and confirm this last elimination and get themselves a Game 1 win here, but still not over yet for Vexel. You can see they're back in the center stage. They are able to connect. They're dealing a little amount of damage at a time, taking their time and really trying to control the pace of this final stock, and Spencer's just not having it.
Playing a little game of chicken, saying, "Will you approach me? I dare you." And that's we do see. He's trying to make it work as best he can. Spencer looking to close this one out, sitting at 111. 65 now. Solid side smash can spell the doom for either of these players. The dash attack would have killed as well. Ooh, jumping forward air. Push off stage. And that's getting stage control. Looking for it. Okay, jumping into air. Dash attack to end it. PK flash. Oh!
No.
Where's wind?
No.
Wall to wall here. Oh, battle of the magics as we are going all the way here. 145 to 94. Dash attacks come from either side here. Push back. Oh, that's a prediction. That's a prediction. And that is Spencer managing to take this first game.
All right, well, again, fantastic first game coming from Spencer with the Ness pick, one of the OGs in Super Smash all the way back on the 64. Again, way back in the 90s, along with my hair, both now nearly deceased. Regardless, fantastic first game coming from Ness. Like I said, one of the OGs in Smash. And honestly, when you're seeing that yo-yo come out, I don't know right now. Home run bat or the yo-yo, because we don't see the home run bat as much. I don't even think we saw it that game.
I don't think he did.
No, but we have seen a lot of the yo-yos, and every single time the yo-yos came out, doom and gloom was near. So again, it's just really a full arsenal coming with Ness whenever you see them on the stage.
Yeah, for sure. Yo-yo, a lot more consistent in confirming kills and getting stocks, so you do often see that more often than the bat. The bat's kind of for style points now. Like, in all honesty, in that matchup, definitely he could have gotten it in a lot of situations where otherwise in some matchups he would not be able to. But very good job by Spencer to hold on and get the predictions, because I'm gonna be real, Vexel did make that a lot harder for him than originally thought of. We are gonna go game number 2. I believe the same characters, no switches in sight.
That is a little interesting.
Actually, the little birdie in my ear told me we have the Palutena battle of the waifus going at it. Zelda versus Palu. This is gonna be interesting.
I'll be honest, I have not seen a lot of this pick.
Palu?
Yeah.
Palu is a menace. Definitely see her a lot in higher tiers of play. Has fallen off a little bit this year, I want to say. Usually people pull out as a counter pick a lot of distance fighters and projectile fighters, because her shields and her reflex and her ability to close the distance but also fight at range has just been very good. Her aerials are just so good. But yeah, it's definitely interesting enough. It was Spencer that decided to switch. Victor switching characters, you know, that denotes they want to change and base change into both. Maybe they feel like it's the better matchup, and as you can see, working out pretty well for him so far.
Hey, Fred did that early. They switched from the DK over to the Captain Falcon, so not unheard of. Meanwhile, you can see already Spencer is going to force the issue over towards the edge here, sending Vexel very far and back off stage again, but manages to recover, trying their best to really keep the distance between themselves and Spencer, but it doesn't work out, as they will go down one stock and immediately get the first stock off of Spencer as well, immediately off that resurrection.
Okay. The goddess of what is Palutena actually the goddess of? I forget. Like, she's just in the pantheon. I just know that for
the goddess of counterattacks.
Yeah, that's fair. Valid. I'll give that. Versus the princess of Hyrule, the magic endowed holder of the Triforce, the goddess of light. Duh, I'm stupid. Of course, Palutena, the goddess of light, versus the princess of light herself. Okay, so this is actually really dope. Getting this matchup, as they are just jumping right between each other. Magic flying, pew pew, pow, laser, fire explosions, and summonings everywhere. That's an accurate depiction of this matchup, I want to say.
S-tier commentary. Beautiful.
Right in front of all these helpless villagers too. You know, Abel and Mabel, though, they're just talking all the trashes. Spencer's going to go flying too far for the teleport to cover that distance. And Vexel now with a stock lead, sitting at 80. That up B is so predictable to cover and just counter attack, but Vexel managing to get back to stage. Her knight will help her out. And unfortunately, I thought landed on the explosive flare. Not quite. Neutral air from Spencer coming out. Trying to seal this deal as he's a little bit in the danger zone. Din's fire not going to connect. That would have spelled disaster for Spencer had that connected. Vexel pushing that issue, pushing that tempo, trying to close this one out, get us to a game 3. Back air, get hit with that mirror shield. Will seal the deal, but the jumping forward aerial from Vexel kills from that percent. I am surprised. The princess, she got the good kicks going, and Vexel will claim a victory here in game number 2.
What I'm hearing from Beautiful Crow right now is that Zelda does not skip leg day. That's what we know from the the Princess of Light herself does not skip leg day. But also what I'm hearing is that maybe maybe the what was it? What's her name again? You're gonna have to enlighten me here.
Palutena.
Palutena. You see, I was gonna say like Palpatine from Star Wars. No, Palutena is somewhat, but it might not just be the fact that Zelda doesn't skip leg day and has an impressive drop kick, or it could just be that Palutena is a little bit of a squishy character.
Yeah, she's pretty squishy for sure. Definitely it gets launched relatively easily at higher percentages, but yeah, that was just really good play from Vexel managing to get that kill. So like, it was we had a very close first game, and second game was also relatively close. You have to think if Spencer hadn't messed up that recovery in the second stock, that might not have been the situation maybe, but no, Vexel bringing it to him. So now we get a game number 3 once again, the third set in a row. We're getting a game number 3 here, and maybe this time it'll be different. So far, Marquette University has come up the winner on both of the past 2 game number 3s. Vexel, he wants to get Howard University 1 set win before we go off from this matchup, and honestly, he's very much poised to do so.
Oh, absolutely. But the question is Marquette University going to allow it? Like, clearly, they were able to take the first game, and now they switched to Palutena. And now, honestly, I feel like if they were going to try and get the dub, they would just simply make the switch back to Ness. But with that being said, that's going to be all up to Marquette University. And honestly, if they really want to clinch this win and, put the nail in the coffin, they're going to break out Donkey Kong, because that has been the pace of the game coming from Marquette University. They already have 2 DK wins. They got 2. Yeah. They can make a third if they want to. And you know what? It's really interesting to me, because that was actually the first Palutena pick that I've actually seen here at the EGFC.
We do have a few Palu players in EGFC, all good within their own rights. But I've also just seen Palu in brackets at, majors or minors everywhere. As Spencer's going to go back to the nest, and we're on the Lilac Cruise. This is going to be interesting to see. Let's hope there's no clip platforms, because that would be so sad in our third matchup. But Spencer already beating a few night hits. This Vexel doing as much damage as possible. We do see the yo-yo. So good at covering those recovery angles. Swinging at an even percentage.
And this is such a cheeky map too. At first glance, I'm thinking, okay, the speedy characters, they're going to have a good advantage here. Like Ness, I think should have a good advantage here. But I've literally seen a Ganondorf just run the racket on this map, because it is small. Like, even though there's 3 platforms above them, which honestly would, kind of cater to the more speedy characters, the more agile characters. If you get yourself some nice open heavy attacks, it will deal massive amount of damage as well. So there's a certain finesse to this map, honestly, to this stage.
Yeah, there's certainly something to this stage, I'll tell you what. I'll say that much, but this is definitely an interesting map for projectile-based characters, as I believe it's just a little bit too far. Wow, the 2 PK flashes to keep him afloat, the PK Thunder to get him there, but unfortunately for him, Vexel just said nope, nada, and takes him completely out. Should get a return kill, yeah. So yeah, just put them both at 2-2 in this final map, this final match. Let's see who can come out on top, because right now it is so even between these characters. Neither of them have taken any damage. As soon as I say that somebody takes damage, I gotta stop doing that. It's taking that completely out of my vocabulary. Spencer's eating the brunt of it though. Vexel getting a lot of elixir.
Yep, that they are. And I got to tell you, I can see the improvement with Vexel, compared to the first matchup they had with Ness. We were really seeing Ness kind of tear away with it every now and so often. But this one is looking a little bit more evenly matched. I'm not sure if the map is playing any type of role into it. If anything, I feel like it would be more detrimental to Vexel, because they are such a ranged character. Meanwhile, Vexel able to get the forward smash and get another stock off of Spencer.
Yep. Let's see how quickly Spencer can return it, because Vexel's sitting at that dangerous 84%. Naru's love to push him out of shield.
And now you can see we are back at 1 stock apiece, and that was a fantastic trade coming by the way of Vexel, but still a very even matchup here. This is going to come down to this 1v1, one stock versus one stock. Meanwhile, Vexel still being able to apply the damage from range and really trying to bait and switch Spencer out here. Again, throwing out the projectiles and then coming through with a big smash from the short range. Meanwhile, you can see Ness again really trying to play towards the edges. Spencer trying to lure Vexel out, but Vexel doesn't buy it. Able to land a huge smash and now looking to follow it up, but finally you can see Spencer starting to make their way back. They find themselves on center stage and looking to yet again try and find an opening on Vexel. And now with Spencer in the 93% in the red, Vexel only with 35. All it's going to take is one solid opening from Vexel to really get this last stock and get the series win, the first series win for Howard U. But with that being said, we already know how hard and heavy hitting Ness is as a character. And now you can see it is going to be the one going back towards the center stage. Able to recover Vexel, now in the danger. This one looking for the big smash, the big finish, and this is the edge guard that we have seen Spencer do time and time again. Somehow, though, Vexel does avoid the yo-yo once, but can't avoid twice. PK Thunder not coming out just yet. As you can see, Vexel trying to recover and does manage to get back on stage, trading places with Spencer. Now the edge guard is going to go the way of Vexel. Here and there, the smash to go and finally knock Spencer off stage, out of the game. And that will be the first series win for Howard U. Vexel comes out on top 3-1 over Spencer. Now, unfortunately, oh my goodness, we did lose Beautiful Crow, but instead we got this beautiful apple, the apple of my eye. Sure enough, oh, Aeon, best producer in the world. This is the representation that we now have for Beautiful Crow, is this very beautiful apple. But regardless, I think that is going to wrap things up here for the series between the two. A dominating win for Marquette University, but still a fantastic debut nonetheless coming from Howard U. Definitely got to see that there is a lot of potential. They have some heavy hitters on that squad, and this is just their first day, so I do not expect anything less than for them to come back next time even stronger than better than ever. And then of course Marquette University doing what Marquette does, coming in with absolute slobber knocker type play styles, bringing the aggression, bringing the fire, but also being able to counter successfully as well. So there's a lot of method to the madness coming out of Marquette University. So once again, GG's all around for their victory. But with that being said, I think we are going to take a short, quick break, but do not go anywhere. We will be back with Captain and Beautiful Crow Apple. Don't go anywhere.
Step into the ring.
Well, hello and welcome back. Unfortunately, Beautiful Crow can't be here, but instead we do have the shiny bright apple, and we got a special guest from the winners of the last match from Marquette University. We have Mateo. Mateo, how are you feeling coming off of that win?
Feeling great. Everyone played really well, and yeah.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Of course, this was Howard U's first time out. First impressions, what are your thoughts of Howard University and their lineup coming in their first debut match here at the EGFC?
Not bad. Shout out to, I forgot the tag, but shout out to the Zelda. He or she played really well.
Yep, that they did. And, you know, that was also one of the picks that stood out to me as well. And it does look like we may have Beautiful Crow back in the action, and we might get rid of the shiny red apple. But to continue the interview with my friend Mateo here, I gotta ask, what is going on with the Ridley pick? I feel like it's just such an unauthorized pick, but it works for you so well. What is the secret to the sauce for other players out there that might want to try and get good with Ridley?
So I think Ridley just plays my strength as a player. I just like, so heavy mains are like big body players. Like secretly we're all crackheads. Like we pretend to like have fundies to like be good at the game, but sometimes we'll just run up and do a smash attack, you know? And Ridley's neutral is just really good with his really safe tilts and like his gigantic neutral air. So that helps me. I can pretend I'm like patient like normal, but at advantage I can be a crackhead, because how are you gonna get out of the corner against Ridley?
Absolutely. And now that, you know, you've got this match out of the way, of course, this was their debut for Howard U. But, you know, you got some more to look forward to. And I have to ask, which team are you looking forward to the most competing against? You know, we got to see y'all have some fantastic games throughout the entire season of last season. But now I want to know, at this point, which team are you looking to going up against the most?
That's a good question. I can't really answer that because, I mean, it's hard to know what to expect, you know, because of just how different like every game, like every stock is.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. If you can't tell me which team are you looking forward to the most, is there a team that you are worried about the most? Like, who do you think is going to be your stiffest competition?
I guess Arlington has always been pretty tough, so I'll go with that.
And that's a solid answer. They do have a fantastic esports program backing them up over there as well. It is definitely one of the more menacing teams here at the EGFC. But, and again, just a huge congratulations to you and your team. Y'all came out with an amazing win. And not only that, but y'all definitely have laid the groundwork to get more wins in the future. So with that being said, do you have anybody that you would like to shout out or give recognition to right now? Mateo, the floor is yours.
Of course. I want to give a shout out to Chico. So you know how the last stock of the first set of his set went, right? You know, the counter into the SD. So if you look at the chat, everyone was like, haha, absolute skill. But the thing is, like, DK's arms are intangible during his up B, so, and the Greninja, he hit that part. So that was actually a Galaxy brain play done by Chico.
You heard that big brain, galaxy level IQ coming from Chico, who did take their dub, by the way. Need we mind you, chat. Regardless, Chico did come away with a huge win. Regardless, thank you so much, Mateo, for sitting here and having this interview with me.
All right, yeah, thank you.
All right, that is going to wrap things up for Mateo and myself. Once again, we are going to take a quick short break, but when we come back, we will be back with more Smash Brothers action for you right here at the EGFC.
At Villanova, we believe in community and in ourselves. We create, adapt, discover, and when confronted by uncertainty, we don't stand idly by. We never have. We get involved, lead by example, even when things are tough. Especially when things are tough. We take action because Villanovans are like that. Stronger together. Ignite change. Go Nova.
Well, hello and welcome back once again to some more Super Smash Brothers action live right here at the EGFC. As always, I am your big, bald, beautiful host, Captain Atsoka, but unfortunately, right now I do not have the apple of my eye with me. Instead, I have Pac-Man's apple, which we have seen to be absolutely devastating time and time again. Hopefully we can get them back soon, because we do miss our beautiful crow. But with that being said, we're still going to soldier on for the time being until we can get them back up and in the action. But coming up next, we're going to have Villanova University going head-to-head against the University of Delaware. So, going to be looking forward to this matchup as well. We've already got to see some of the picks that we have tonight, but will we see them rise again? How will these two teams be going into their next matchup, and what are they going to bring to the table as we continue this season on here at the EGFC? Now, after we got our interview with Mateo, I think it's safe to say that they may be the only Ridley user in the EGFC. But with that being said, we are getting ready to head into our next matchup, and we have a DDD. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like our boy Roy. By all means, call me Cap if I am capping. But regardless, that does look like our boy Roy going up against the King DDD. And I do like King DDD. I know a couple of people that do as well. Some players are definitely fan of the DDD. Me, as I've said earlier, I'm definitely more of a King K. Rool kind of guy, but I get the appeal of the DDD. They definitely do have a lot more range than your typical heavy, so they definitely can bring a lot more ruckus to the table. Meanwhile, we are sitting pretty much about even here. Meanwhile, you do see Boost being able to take a little bit of a lead here, and as it is, we see the spikes continuing to go out, but not much doing, not a lot connecting. And now we are bringing to attention one of the biggest positives for DDD that sets them apart from a lot of other heavies. It's their recovery. DDD, I think, has the best recovery out of any heavy. And again, if I'm capping, say Cap's capping, because I probably am. But regardless, Roy, now going back to the work, and I am a huge advocate for the sword users. I love sword users. Mostly I stick to the links, though, when it comes to the swords. But regardless, I love anytime we get to see some sword action. So as you can see, our boy Roy already going to work here, being able to put out 125 onto a DDD. Meanwhile, once again, Roy back to the center stage, trying to find an opening here. And again, DDD is a little bit bulky, so it's going to take a little bit extra to knock them, but maybe not too much extra. As already you're going to see, it's the forward air that is able to knock DDD out and take the first stock away from Villanova University. Boost still holding on to the 3 stock with only 71% damage, not even out of the orange yet. An impressive first bout here for Boost on this Roy pick. Meanwhile, they are able to continue to deal out that damage with, you know, a couple of short combos, but gets hit with the spike, and now DDD on the edge guard trying to finish the job, but the reversal will put them on the outside here, trying to recover back on stage. Trying to get the back throw, but doesn't land. Meanwhile, you can see the hammer is able to land, and now spike comes out. They have tried this spike so many times, but it seems like it won't land. It misses nearly not every single time, but it's either missing or it's getting blocked. So they're gonna either have to try and find a way to make it land, or just simply use it as a better distraction for DDD. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, the 1-2-3-piece combo from Boost does land and puts DDD on their last stock. Going back to the edge we go, and finally the spike ball does land, and it does massive amount of damage. Not enough to eliminate, but finally the forward smash will get the job done, and that's what at 180% damage. Normally you see that type of damage finally getting the elimination on more heavies, like Donkey Kong, for instance. In that last matchup, we got to see a lot of damage being dealt to the DK before they were eliminated, around that 170-180 percentile. So seeing that on a Roy, a little surprising given that they are a sword user and not necessarily a heavy one at that. With that being said, DDD still on 100% in the red, and Boost with that 1 stock advantage, having themselves quite an impressive lead here in game number 1. Looking to find that opening to get the game win, and there you have it. Boost will be able to take game number 1 with 2 stock remaining. So that's going to be an early 2 points going the way of, if I'm not mistaken, University of Delaware. So again, a fantastic first game, but it begs the question, how will the reaction or the adaptation come from the side of DDD? I mean, if you have DDD to your name, it's not going to be likely that you end up switching your character, but it begs the question, who do they have in their back pocket to switch to? You can see Roy again, time and time again, taking DDD to the edge and really being able to use those strong smashes, and especially the forward air to get a lot of these eliminations right on the edge of the platform. Time and time again, fantastic job of finding the openings here right when DDD was most vulnerable. And again, you can also chalk that up to DDD's massive hitbox. But regardless, it just left them open for Roy to come through with these massive smash attacks to just continually take stock off of DDD. So what do? How do you counter this Roy? Are you going to stick with the DDD pick? Or are you going to try and answer back with something else? Meanwhile, we did get to see a lot of counters to Roy. And, you know, we hate to say it, but, you know, we're going to say it because I've seen this before here at the EGFC. Someone broke out a Steve against the Roy. It was pretty successful. We also got to see the Link come out against the Roy. It was pretty successful. There are still multiple picks that you can go with to try and counter this. I want to say I've even seen a Min come out against Roy and was pretty successful. So you really got to ask yourself, how will they go with this approach? And look at this. They're going to be bringing out Wolf of all things. This is rather interesting. This is the first time I've seen a Wolf pick actually here on the EGFC. So let's see how this stacks up against Roy. Now, I am very familiar with both Sonic Fox. Oh, I'm sorry, Sonic Fox. I'm very familiar with Fox and Hawk, so this is going to be interesting. As we can see the Wolf pick coming out, and now Roy taking things back to the center stage. And look at this already, D2D dealing more damage to boost off the rip here, off the first stock, and now finds yet another opening. Looking very speedy indeed, being able to find the ins and outs, the ones and twos very quickly, and already puts boost in the red at 83% damage. And not using a lot of the range, not using a lot of the gun to really deal the damage either. They're just using the advantage and speed to really close the gap and then deal out massive damage just from the combos in the forward smashes. And now within the danger area, that 120%, you can finally see that D2D does get put into the danger themselves, and the first stock will go the way of boost. Now you can see, once again, it's going to be D2D trying their best to really edge guard against this Roy pick. But what's interesting, again, is look how much damage Roy is able to absorb without being completely knocked. And I don't know if it's a lack of knockback power coming from the side. And I apologize. I was thinking of a different character. Said Hog and Falco I was thinking of. So apologies. You got Wolf, Fox, and Falco. But now already you can see Boost being able to take 2 stock off of D2D off the rip. Nothing short of impressive, as you can see that this Roy pick Boost is still at 146%, and then a fatal drop by D2D will give the win to Boost here in game 1 with 3 stocks to spare, giving them a total of 7 points there in game number 1. That was a fantastic first showing coming from the University of Delaware, but still nothing is said and done just yet. A fantastic showing for sure coming from Boost there, being able to win the first game with 2 stocks, being able to finish out the second round with 3, and then of course getting the 2 extra points for finishing the bout for a total of 7, because we love caster math. And again, really using those edge guards, finding those to get those massive smashes from Roy, whether it came off of a combo or just simply the charge off of the forward smash, and really being able to apply those edge guards. That has got to be an absolute nuisance, because time and time again we saw the Wolf pick coming from D2D doing a pretty good job to start things out and to open. They were able to get Roy into the danger around that 100 and 120 percentile, but they couldn't confirm. They couldn't confirm the eliminations. They were able to take Roy over towards the side, begin the edge guard, but still could not find the down air to finish the job. However, Roy was able to recover, and not only recover, but to counter, and then put the Wolf pick from D2D right into the same position, and then were able to edge guard. So a fantastic awareness coming from Boost in order to counter the edge guard and then use that against their opponent. But coming up next between Delaware and Villanova is going to be tricky. if I heard correctly. And Swift going to be our next combatants as we continue on here between Delaware and Villanova. And we're going to have ourselves a fresh batch of competitors, and we're going to see how the next round is going to go. Currently, it's 7-0 lead in favor of Delaware. Still plenty of Smash left to go, and still a massive empty hole in my heart for Beautiful Crow, as we still have yet to get them back. Unfortunately, they're having troubles with their internet connection, so they have to deal with their IP, and it's a big old rip because there's nothing that we can't stand more, and someone who has had a lot of issues with their IP is when it just not works. Got to do the trials and tribulations of talking to tech support, so we're sending all of our support and love to Beautiful Crow and wishing you the best going through the automated system of dread that is ISP tech support. Meanwhile, we're getting into the next match, and take a look at this. We have yet another Pac-Man and a Sheik on the other side. That is going to be rather interesting, because I do recall a certain time, maybe not so long ago, where we saw Sheik really being somewhat of a meta force in the Smash universe, and you know, they've kind of fell off. I mean, when you're talking about Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, they have fallen off and out of the meta, you know, and then Zelda is up, and of course, you know, having them being two completely different characters, at a point in time they were one singular. It definitely does have somewhat of a mix-up on things where we have seen Zelda really come into their own, and then Sheik kind of falling off a little bit. So with that being said, it's interesting to see the Sheik pick come through, because we don't see it too often. So it's going to be very telling of the Sheik pick from the side of Villanova. Meanwhile, of course, we do have the Pac-Man, which we have seen earlier coming from Howard U, and it was an absolutely stellar pick as well. They nearly were able to watch out a win over the Bayonet pick. So let's see how the Pac-Man will do from Tricky on the side of Villanova, and then Swift with Sheik from the University of Delaware. Starting things off, Fire Hydrant smack dab in the middle here on Pokemon Stadium 2. Pac-Man wasted no time. Honestly, with this new skin that they're bringing, it looks like they're having on oven mitts on this Pac-Man pick. And now out goes the Fire Hydrant, following it up with the 1-2 kick combo, but it is Sheik who was able to find a couple of openings themselves in order to keep the damage relatively even. And now out comes the combos. Sheik and Pac-Man all the way towards the edge. Does recover, does get hit by some of that range, and now a huge combo from Tricky is going to force Pac-Man once again off stage, trying to find the edge guard here to end. Explosive, unfortunately, can't get it to go, as the Hydrant does go back down into the center stage. Couldn't get it to land, but now Tricky once again trying to close that gap. And now it will be Swift who is off stage and forced to recover as the red goes out, and now a Strawberry. Gotta watch out for that Strawberry. Just like the apple, can be very, very dangerous. As you can see now, Tricky is beginning to close the damage gap. Throws out a couple of cherries, but can't get it to land. The edge guard not successful, but hold on. Here comes the back throw. Nearly getting the distance, but unfortunately for Tricky, it can't land. It will not be enough. Meanwhile, here comes the combo from Swift, getting them out towards the edge, and Tricky will lose their first stock. And now, you know what? Swift definitely living up to their name right now. They are playing entirely speedy, and they're trying to use that speed advantage over Pac-Man. Pac-Man, who is also a very speedy character, but I don't know if they're actually matching the speed of the Sheik pick right now, because we see them trying to rely on the Fire Hydrant time and time again. But what we're seeing a lot from Swift is them going the up and over, trying to get around them and really control the pace and the placement of this match, taking them to the edge time and time again, and really trying to predict these counters coming from Tricky. Meanwhile, the Fire Hydrant going back out over towards the side, trying to force an edge guard here. Swift once again will take to the center stage, trying to bait out some of these long-range attacks, but gets hit by a lemon and is forced off stage, forced to recover. As now they do have the bell on their side as well, able to pick that one up from the side of Tricky, holding on to it for a while now. Dodges the Hydrant, is throwing out a little bit of the ranged attacks here, but still holding on to the bell, and gets absolutely punished for it. That will be the first stock off of Swift. And a good job by Tricky to dodge the immortality field just there. Not being fully susceptible to that brief moment of immortality come from Swift, or invulnerability rather. The invulnerability. Still a lot of ground to make up here for Tricky as they do get the second stock onto Swift, and now trying to make up the damage. As you can see, 95, now 100 onto Tricky coming from Swift, as they are once again sticking to a little bit of these range attacks, giving this Pac-Man pick a real run for their money. Meanwhile, going off stage yet again, Swift trying to force the issue, does get the explosive to go, back to the edge guard, and the recovery is there, but they land right into a forward smash. And now out goes the explosive, barely dodging that. Tricky is able to find themselves back onto the platform, but not without sustaining a colossal amount of damage out into the 136 percentile. Now in the red, the solid red. The fire hydrant not doing much for them, as now they take to the sky off stage and can't recover. The down B lands, and Swift will take the second stock off of Tricky. And now finally the fire hydrant does land on the drop, able to get Swift into the 75 percentile. Now officially in the red, kind of like an orange red, maybe a blood orange, we'll call that. But still sufficient damage all the same. Now, once again, Swift going right back to work to the edge guard, forcing Pac-Man towards the side, and then making it cost them so much to recover. Meanwhile, Swift again on the recoveries, trying to make themselves back up and on the stage, but Pac-Man now giving Swift a taste of their own medicine, forcing that edge guard, but now gives up position and is able to drop the hydrant perfectly that time. We've seen a couple of misses already from Tricky with the hydrant, but it is good to see that now it seems as though Tricky has gotten the fire hydrant right where they want it, and now they're using it to their best ability. It continues to fumble forward, finally does a go. Pac-Man trying to pin down Swift, but Swift just too quick with the up and over. Constantly dodging and evading more than blocking, and it's working out for them as they are continually finding the openings onto Tricky. And now Tricky again is going to fall to Swift, and that is going to go the way of the Delaware with 2 stock to spare. And that is going to be another 2 points for Delaware, giving them a total of 9 off of the first game win coming from Swift. And, you know, we were talking, well, we, unfortunately, my co-host, this beautiful apple, were in a deep discussion about Sheik's viability in Super Smash Bros. And I got to tell you, for them coming through as somewhat of a not meta pick, and especially not a meta speed character, they have brought the speed. I mean, look at these combos, and then being able to follow it up with a lot of the explosions off stage to keep Pac-Man at bay. The offstage presence coming from Swift with the Sheik pick. I gotta tell you, a lot of method to this madness. They made this pick look oh so good, and then not to mention the up air, being able to come through and take yet another stock. Just true speed play. This is the type of play that I would expect from a Pikachu, a Sonic. Something that is like a based meta speed character, but it's coming through on the Sheik pick, and that is something that I love to see. We're seeing new decisions being made, new character selections within that speed category, in Sheik, at least when in the hands of Swift, is a top speed based character. Now, meanwhile, we're getting right back to it. And you know who I left out? I feel like I left out a couple of characters from the speed genre as well, and I feel bad about it. Pichu. I mean, it's pretty much Pikachu. Not the same, but you get it. All the while, I feel like Young Link's a speed character, but I can't confirm because also a sword wielder. Regardless, we're getting right back into the action here, as you can see. Tricky once again on the receiving end of the majority of the damage spread out so far. Back to the platform we go, and this is going to be interesting because I don't think this is going to negate any more edge guarding here on Final Destination, given the fact that there are no platforms. So I don't really think this benefits one side or the other here. As you can see, Swift going right to work, putting Pac-Man off stage, only to follow it up and getting the first stock elimination off of Tricky. Now in the 81 percentile with that blood orange, more red than not, but the fire hydrant lands him. Tricky getting awfully nice with those fire hydrants, now able to follow Red Ghost and take the first stock off of Swift. Meanwhile, back to the center stage we go, and the fire high once again does land. Out goes the Strawberry! Pac-Man's own Strawberry used against them. Oh, the irony. Oh, the humanity. Meanwhile, you can see Sheik getting right back to work here, wasting no time. 2 stock apiece, and now relatively even. Not looking as one-sided as it had prior in game number 1. I think we're seeing Pac-Man starting to challenge the speed of Swift. But finally, you're starting to see that gap start to spread just a little bit here as Tricky is falling in the percentages. Meanwhile, Swift able to land a grapple. We have not seen too many of the throws except when it comes to the edge guard. Haven't seen a lot of the up throws coming from the center stage. It's all been about the back throw, getting them off stage. Meanwhile, you can see the forward throw coming from Tricky, not being able to do much. Trying to get Pac-Man back to the edge again. Fire Hydrant goes out, and so does the Strawberry. And down goes the Fire Hydrant. Sheik now off stage. Fire Hydrant on the follow-up, but they manage to recover and goes right into a bell. As they do find themselves back on stage, they get hit by the Red Ghost, and Swift will go down to their final stock. Here we go. Once again, fantastic recoveries from both players, but finally Tricky does go down and will be put on their last stock as well. And now we have ourselves a good old-fashioned final destination 1v1, 1 stock apiece. The apple goes out and is able to land, and now the Fire Hydrant. Again, the nice combos here coming from Pac-Man, being able to use a lot of these throwables and the Fire Hydrant in unison. And it does connect there in the center stage. Still plenty of damage left to go. Swift trying to take advantage of a little bit of this range here. But still, when it comes to a game of range, I feel like Pac-Man has the advantage. And I think you see that clear as day. Swift now at 71% damage. If they're going to try and take this win over this Pac-Man pick, they have got to begin to close the gap. As you can see, the bell does go out. And now the combos are raining in. But from Sheik to really close the gap, it's more coming from Pac-Man here. From Tricky, who puts Swift into the danger, the 100 percentile. Still not a huge gap, but enough to raise concern for Swift, as now they are in 115. All it's going to take is one solid smash, one solid Fire Hydrant. And there it is, the forward smash coming from Tricky to put an end to game number 2. And Tricky from Villanova will answer back against the University of Delaware. And look who we have. Finally, Beautiful Crow, you have returned to us, and we have finally been able to rid ourselves of that shiny red apple. Even though, unfortunately, for the side of the University of Delaware, Swift simply could not avoid that red apple, among other things. And meanwhile, while we try and get the audio queued up for Beautiful Crow, I know you guys have missed them very much and have gotten tired of my raspy, theatrical, somewhat amateur voice. We're getting back into the nitty-gritty of what we just seen go down, and it was a huge rebuttal coming from Tricky, especially on the last stock, being able to take it the entire distance and being able to come up with a lot more control using the range abilities of Pac-Man, really to the most beneficial, and really being able to use that advantage against the Sheik, because Sheik does have a couple of ranged attacks, but when you're talking about the range game, Pac-Man is winning that all day. Meanwhile, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting some news. Yeah, I'm getting some news here, trying to get Beautiful Crow back in here. But yeah, no, when you're talking about the range game, Pac-Man wins all day. There's too much versatility. They got too many throwables. They got, you know, they definitely have a little, I don't want to say a better recovery, it's about the same, but they also have the Fire Hydrant as well. So definitely a lot to work with in their arsenal. And Beautiful Crow, I do think we have you back. Is it true?
Yes, testing. Hello, 1, 2. I've returned from the Phantom Zone. I literally just kicked Zod in the face. Nobody mess with me. So what did I miss?
You missed a good bit. You missed some pretty good play coming between a Sheik pick and Pac-Man. And Sheik was able to take game 1, Pac-Man to game number 2 on Final Destination. But before that, we got to see a pretty nice playthrough with Roy, our boy Roy from the University of Delaware, able to take a 2-0 win over Villanova, who started out with a DDD pick, and then DDD from Villanova switched to Wolf, but was not able to get the dub over Roy. Roy ended up taking it and finishing out with 7 points for the University of Delaware.
Okay. Well, shout out Delaware. Great
And now
board.
you're up to speed.
Well.
And
Okay.
I need water now.
Take a sip, babes. Drink it all in. The crow is back in the saddle. What we got coming up next here, going to their next game between Delaware and Villanova. Are we waiting? Okay.
I was about to say, I'm done. This is the Crow Show now. I'm taking a. Now it's my turn to take a break. It's the Crow Show now. This is all you.
Listen, I've been running up and down a flight of stairs for the past 15 minutes on the phone with internet providers that should not be named.
I've just been calling them ISP. That's all I've been saying. Like I knew who it. I know who it is because I'm in the Discord. I can see the chat, but I'm not saying who it is. I'm just saying ISP tech support. That's who we're yelling at. That's who we always yell at. Though that is the villain. Is the ISP tech support, especially the automated system that does nothing. Never go with the automated system. You have a better chance of unplugging it and plugging it back in 13 times into the wrong socket before you get any help from the automated tech support.
Look, all I'm saying is shout out Brittany helping me through this mess, and we love you, baby girl. Hope you get that raise. But yeah, we are back in the saddle here, just waiting for the next two gladiators to come step up to the plate between Villanova and University of Delaware. I think this will actually be my last match before I have to get on the Mid-South stream. It's been a really weird day here, EGF. Guys, I just want to point that out, but I really do appreciate everyone that has been staying in chat, staying in all of our channels going on right now, because we got a lot going on. It's effectively a super week, and we're just happy to have everybody here doing as much as we can to keep you entertained and keep these colleges happy with our immaculate production skills.
Yeah, you also missed a little bit of cringe because I was like, again, you know, I was soloing, right? So I had to like ad-lib stuff, and I accidentally called Falco Hawk. I don't know what was going on in my mind, because again, I'm thinking of like Falcon. I'm like, wait, that's not Captain Falcon. I was like, oh, it's Falco. My bad. But yeah, again, you know, there was a lot. Okay.
That's
you know,
valid.
I caught myself though. I was like, wait, I'm dumb. Apologies. That's Falco. I don't know why I said Hawk. It just came out. I don't even know what happened.
It happens. I get it. I totally get it.
You know why? It's because it's stuck in my head that I'll never forget that. I don't know. I don't know why. I really don't know why, but regardless, I was able to rebuttal. And now, once again, we are able to see the final game between Pac-Man and Sheik. Swift versus Tricky.
Okay, this is game number 3 or game number 2?
This is game 3. We got one apiece.
Love that. Love that. A good game 3 angle. Okay. UD up in this thing. Let's see what they can do. Swift already eating a lot of damage early from a Tricky on this Pac-Man. Let's see how well he can recover. Dive back in. Has to be to get back to stage. Gotta be careful with that. Going with the swiftness though, getting the jab combo off. Down throw. Lead him up high. The needlework, it's so hard to see, but it hits you every single time. And good job by Tricky though, using of the shield, allowing him to get the better of these offensive flurries from Swift though. Although now they have match percent, but unfortunately you're on the far side of the stage. She gonna launch you.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what we got to see a lot of in game number 1, where Swift did win. They were able to use the edge guarding, like near flawless too, edge guarding, I gotta say. It was pretty impressive. And the way they were able to use the ranged bomb attacks coming from Sheiks, especially off stage, is what gave them the win there in game number 1. But Tricky has stepped up their range game so much that they're not even allowing Sheik to get in close.
Yeah, not allowing Sheik to do Sheik things. And that's the one thing. You're going to play a lot of keep away game with Pac-Man, you know, all the projectiles and just being able to be the absolute menace that he is. Hopefully he can close this one out. Swift sitting at 3 stock still on 130 damage. There's a lot of kill potential moves that Pac-Man can do to get him out of here. Strawberry of Death going to be dodged, unfortunately, for Tricky. Trying to close this one out. See if Swift can, you know, get something back. He's sitting at 140, so he's been playing very defensively, not able to make any offensive game plan so far on the second stock. And Tricky, he's just gonna, get that one stock. You say sack the stock and put it back to even and just do what they can. Or is Tricky gonna fall to this seasoned vet, drops the hydrate, still not able to kill.
And again, this is a lot of work being done right now from Swift. The fact that they managed to stay alive this long, nothing short of impressive, but we've talked about that previously too, is, because when we think of speedy characters, I really don't think of Sheik too much because they have fallen out of the meta, but the way that Swift has been able to literally just move around a lot of these fire hydrants and being able to dodge a lot of these throwables really goes to show that Sheik is still very much one of the top speed characters as they go right into that hydrant, sustaining a lot of damage, but still holding on to their first stop.
Yeah, still holding on, sitting at 159 for a Sheik. That's absolutely ridiculous. You normally don't see that as they will try to Shadow Bomb and get through. Chain does not connect either. This is so interesting. The fact that he stayed alive for this long, flying again, still not dying. Swift living on a prayer, gets the tackle too. And now Tricky's at one stock. Swift still on his first for 170. Unfortunately, will fall to one of the greatest of all fruits. Gets the apple, puts it in a 2-1 situation. Tricky has to bring this one back. Swift trying to close it out for his squad. Tricky trying to get Villanova some more points before he has to take the bow and say goodbye. Swift not making it easy for him.
No, they are not. Meanwhile, we go back towards the center stage here. And keep in mind, this is a completely different atmosphere than what we saw in Final Destination. There are 3 platforms, and they interchange as well. So be careful. You have to be on the lookout. As you can see, there they go. And now we're down to the flat stage.
Yep. Finally into the flat area. Tricky on the flat stock, doing a lot of dodging, staying alive, gets a charge force smash, not enough to kill. Surprisingly, Sheik be too sturdy. Gonna go launch the fire hydrant, just goes straight over. Ooh, has the bell. That's gonna spell doom. Now it is final stock apiece. Tricky being able to bring it back. Let's see if he can close it out. Or is Swift on Sheik going to close this one out for University of Delaware?
Well, let's see. Meanwhile, going right back to work, wasting no time. Swift is trying to get Pac-Man over towards the edge. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover, but somehow they do from underneath the stage. What a play coming from SG. A rock around. It's Tricky. Meanwhile, you do see Swift taking this one back to center stage, trying to use their speed to get up and over the fire hydrant, is dodging the water blasts, and is trying to get Tricky back off stage.
Yeah, gonna get Tricky back off stage. Oh, 68 to 54, but Tricky can make that damage fall, catch up real quick. He's at 83 though. Dangerous spot on the stage for him to be in. See how well he can close this out. Ooh, good job dodging the bomb, making sure he does not get tackled by that explosion. Has the ship in hand. Needlework gonna miss. That's the key. Misses though. Oh, eats 2 in the air. Has enough recovery space. No, not gonna reach. Second trampoline fails. And unfortunately, Tricky messing up his recovery will fall, and that will be Swift getting the 2-1.
Oh, absolutely. Just another impressive win coming from the University of Delaware with the Sheik pick. And I haven't seen Sheik in so long, so it was definitely refreshing to see Sheik coming back, especially on a competitive platform like the EGFC.
Definitely love to see it. All good and dandy. Delaware gets some more points in their pocket. And honestly, it was a really hard-fought victory, so shout out to Swift for clutching that one out. And with that, I know I just came back, Cap. I'm sorry. I must go. My people need me, so I'll be jumping off this diving board here in a second. But don't worry, guys. I go with Cap. He's a good dude. He knows what he's doing, so don't miss me too much.
I mean, kinda. I mean, don't oversell it. But regardless, we are going to be Beautiful Crow. As we just got them back, it is a sad day, but we still have my friend here, the shiny red apple, so that's always a benefit. Whenever you can't have Crow, you can have the apple. And again, it just only irritates me, the fact that I'm matching red with this apple. Kind of makes me look like an apple with a beard. But regardless, we're going to continue to move forward here as the University of Delaware do take a lead 12-1 over Villanova. And if tired of my voice yet, well, guess what? You got more coming your way, because from this point out, for the rest of this broadcast, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be me solo casting, strong arming this one through to the best of my ability. So we're going to continue on here between the University of Delaware and Villanova University. And like I said, it was such a refresher to see Sheik coming back into competitive play and in competitive form, being able to take a win over Pac-Man, who honestly I think is definitely one of the more formidable third-party players. I mean, let's keep it real when it comes to a lot of these other players, you know, and what comes to mind, of course, is going to Sonic or Steve. A lot of these third-party heavy hitters, you know, Pac-Man, I definitely consider one of those definitely top-notch combatants. So seeing Sheik making that comeback and being able to sustain a lot of damage in the meantime, all the while dodge, duck, dip, diving, and dodging all over the place, pretty impressive. So big shout out to Swift to being able to master that pick so well. Meanwhile, I'm looking forward to the next match as well to see what picks we will see be brought to the table. Currently, it is a 12-1 for the University of Delaware, but Villanova is not out of this yet. The 16-point threshold has not been passed, so it could still be potentially a comeback. We cannot rule that out. You simply can't. You can't sleep on nobody, and I will not sleep on Villanova, not just yet. So we will wait and see as we get ready to get this next match underway. And it was also refreshing to see that Final Destination app as well, because we have not got to see that as much. Not that I don't like PS2, without a doubt my favorite map. Not that I don't like Animal Crossing, whatever we call the map. I just call it the Animal Crossing map. But Final Destination, certain nuance about it. And again, there's something about having that flat platform. Fun to me, anyway. Especially when you're watching when you're watching the matches and you're seeing that real one-to-one really spar off. Something about that Final Destination map that it just kind of adds to the suspense. But regardless, we're getting ready into our next match, and we have Rasta Pasta and Coral. There we go. Okay. See, we're keeping up the tabs here. We're making sure we're giving you the accurate information as information. So yes, Rasta Pasta and Coral are going to be the next two combatants to enter the ring as we get ready to get the next match between the University of Delaware and Villanova University underway. So we've got to see a little bit of Rasta Pasta before. We know what they can bring to the table. It's going to be interesting to see what Coral can bring to the table as well. And this is going to be the button check. So these characters aren't submitted, they're not set in stone, but more often than not, who you bring to the button check is who you bring to the stage. So it's going to be a Lucario and a Samus. Now, with that being said, I do like Samus very, very much. And they have been doing well as far as bringing that range to the fights. But I think it's more meta to go with the Zero Suit Samus, ZZS. Oh, no, I'm sorry, ZSS, Zero Suit Samus, yeah. I think Zero Suit Samus just hits different. I don't know what it is. I just think they hit different. They got a little bit of, I think, knockback, a little bit more kill potential, but Captain do be capping. So call me out in chat. Let me know. What are your thoughts of Samus compared to Zero Suit Samus? Let's set the record straight. As you can see, it looks like these players are just about ready to go, as they are just going to get the stocks down and get this game number 1 underway. And if what we just saw rings true, it will be a Samus versus a Lucario, which is going to be an interesting matchup because both have tremendous charged, ranged abilities that can actually knock back and eliminate, not to mention deal mass damage just off the rip. And of course, you're gonna have a pretty heavy brawler coming from Lucario, and also a plethora of varying arsenal selections. I mean, I'm trying to really allude to the flamethrower here. Again, the edge guard flamethrower, not to mention the recovery with the flamethrower, is going to make edge guarding hard, just because they're able to rebuttal very quickly with their upbeat followed by a flamethrower, or vice versa, depending how you like to put it, or depending on how you like to use it. But regardless, it is going to be a task to really edge guard against this Samus pick. And then not to mention all the bombs. We have really got to see a change in the playstyle with Samus with the amount of bombs they've been able to place. And there goes one right now, but it doesn't connect. Meanwhile, Lucario definitely relying on the fisticuffs, being able to hit him with the 1-2 combo. not being able to follow up with much. However, as you can see, Lucario does end up stage and eats a bomb in the process. Meanwhile, Coral is taking a little bit more of the damage, and it's from these combos coming from Rasta Pasta. And back to the center stage we go. Finally, a kick does come out from Samus, but only a kick. No real combos following it up. As you can see, they are charging the arm cannon, not really being able to make much of it. Rocket lands, though, and now Rasta Pasta on the receiving end of a lot of this damage is going to drop off stage, and now they're definitely in the red here. Again, a lot of these charge attacks from Samus have been managing to land, and now the bomb will land right on Lucario's dome piece, dealing a good bit of damage. And now Rasta Pasta very much in the red with 117, as Coral finally hitting into that red area themselves at 86. Both in elimination potential, and it's going to be the 1-inch punch coming from Rasta Pasta to get the first stock off of Coral. And of course, Coral looking to return the favor in kind, but Lucario able to recover, find themselves back at the center stage. And now back towards the edge they go at 160%, and there they go. The twilight in the sky. It will be the first stock off of Rasta Pasta, and now we're all just about even. And this is really a true bout here. Again, you can see Lucario constantly trying to close in that gap just so they can deal in that wombo combo, melee damage, a real brawler type. Meanwhile, you got Samus trying to keep things more ranged, and when they don't have the range, you're going to see the back throw, setting them off stage, throwing out the bombs, and then, of course, the rockets and the arm cannon to follow. So it's going to be decided whether or not Rasta Pasta can close this gap. As you can see, once again, they are in the red. They are in the danger at 101%. Definitely an elimination range. Meanwhile, 73 for Coral. This is almost a legitimate mirror reflection of what we saw during the first stock. Almost identical damage percentages as well. Meanwhile, you can see Smash will be sending Rasta Pasta far, but the rebuttal now putting Coral in the 100th percentile, and it's really just back-to-back smashes here. They are literally trading blows at this point. 111% for Samus, 155 for Rasta Pasta, and Rasta Pasta not giving up, but even off stage. The smash rebuttal, the counter, does reign true. And now both of these combatants struggling to hold on to their second stock. Meanwhile, you can see Coral does recover, finds themselves back on stage, is able to land a little bit of a combo here, charges up the R cannon, does land 1-2 bombs, and it will be the up throw to get that elimination and the second stock off of Rasta Pasta. And in kind, Rasta Pasta will take the second stock off of Coral, right back down to one stock apiece, and a small lead for Coral right now. Now things getting a little bit scrappy. As you can see, the flamethrower does come out. My favorite Samus move, by the way. Now, Coral controlling the edge guard here, able to throw out a couple of bombs, getting the damage, and the flamethrower hits, and it will be game one to go the way of Coral in the University of Delaware. And that was a fantastic first game. Again, going all the way to the bitter end, all the way down to one stock apiece on Pokemon Stadium 2, and I would not have it any other way, but it was the charged attacks, it was the rockets, it was the bombs, the flamethrowers there at the end, and then small openings from Lucario in that melee, in that close range, gave Coral the avenue to execute those upbeats, and not to mention this move right here. Oh, so clean. Showing that Coral is not just a danger from the range with Samus, but also if you get up in their proximity, into their personal space, they will punish just as heavy. And these bombs, again, followed by the flamethrower. A beautiful combo to win game number one. And if I'm not mistaken, getting at least 1 point for the side of the University of Delaware. They did finish with stock, bare minimum. So that gives them at least 1 point. Now a 12-1 lead in the favor of Delaware as we get ready to head into game number two. But the question is, are we going to see some changes? And I know that was really dramatic, but I was trying, bring it into the next match with a little bit of hype here. So I went long back and I came back with, okay. So Going into the next matchup, are we going to see some character changes? It would be the first time that we saw the winner of a previous round come in with the change. We saw it earlier with Frud when they decided to go with the Falcon as compared to their original DK pick. We saw this earlier with Palatona, who came out after a first round win with, I can only imagine, as another pick. Again, I could be mistaken, but that's what recollection is telling me. And now, could happen here. But regardless, we're going to have to see whenever we get into this next matchup to see how this changes, how these changes will be made, if at any. And now you can see we're going to be sticking to a rematch here. It's going to be Samus and going up against this Lucario, and I do not completely blame them. That one was so close. I completely understand why Rastapasta wanted to stick with this Lucario pick. A couple of different changes, maybe in the smallest detail too, and Rastapasta was winning that game number 1. So they can make those corrections and take game 2 over Coral, who already has 77% to 30. And Coral making a daring recovery from underneath the stage, and Lucario with a recovery of their own. But look at this, Rastapasta already in the 100 percentile, and a fully charged arm cannon does connect, putting Rastapasta at 129, now 130, and here comes the forward. No, the up throw. No, it was a down throw, played the bounce, and then they went up. You see, I had to break it down a little bit. I saw it, and then I had to revisit it in my head. Meanwhile, Coral going on an absolute tear here on the first stock, finally finds himself in the red, but the bombs will put Rastapasta off the edge, and that is going to be the first stock taken off of Rastapasta. Meanwhile, Coral is in the 100 percentile here, definitely in the red, definitely in the elimination range for Rastapasta to try and even up the stock. Meanwhile, you got these up kick combos coming from Coral, making the most out of this first stock, trying to apply as much damage as possible. Now the fully charged arm cannon is viable. It is definitely within use here. The rocket goes out, and the follow two, putting Rastapasta all the way back into the 90s, back into the red, looking for the down kick, not being able to connect. That would have been huge. That honestly could have eliminated. As you can see now, we are nearly even yet again as another kick does connect. And we are just about even here. As you can see, Lucario does recover. And here comes the forward throw. No, it's the up throw. Nearly being able to get the elimination, but doesn't push them far enough. The bombs will connect. And now Coral commanding lead as they will go up 2 stocks over Rastapasta. Truly phenomenal game coming from Coral right now. As you can see, they do recover. Not really taking much of an offstage fight against Rastapasta. They like keeping all of their fights on stage, and I really don't blame them, of course. I'm not really sure what type of aerial acrobatics that Samus can pull, but with that being said, the flamethrower definitely does make a nice edge guard, and so does fully charged arm cannon. As finally Rastapasta is able to answer back and take that first stock off of Coral, who's going to try and close this one out with a 2-point advantage, making it a total of 4 if they can win out with 2 stocks left. 113% meanwhile for Rastapasta, as they try and even up the odds here and take yet another stock off of Coral. The bombs continue to come out, and Lucario again trying to close the distance here in order to apply the most damage applicable, and does get a good shot there. Nice forward smash, able to get 83% onto Coral, and trying to follow it up with a huge blast of their own, but a lot of these are being negated by Samus's arm cannon as they go back off stage, where I think Lucario may have an advantage, but most of this fighting is being done on stage. Meanwhile, they're about even at 130 apiece in damage, but here comes the back throw. No, it's the up throw again, and it is enough to win. It is enough to eliminate, and that will be game 2 in the series, going the way of Coral. Again, a fantastic game. Coral definitely showing us all how Samus should be played. That is how it's done. Being able to use every single range to their advantage, whether it be the long, short, or even the grabs. Everything was executed flawlessly, showing just how balanced of character that Samus truly is, especially with the flamethrowers. Again, my bias because I love the flamethrowers so much. But really those grabs, whether it was the down grab, forward, back throw, or even the up throw, just a lot of advantages being taken, and well, a lot of opportunity taken, and really just the pure reaction time coming from Coral on the Samus pick was nothing short of impressive. And unfortunately for the Lucario pick, they could not close the gap there, and that's where you really find the difference with Lucario. And not only that, but they couldn't get the Samus off stage to where they can get a lot of those combos and really try and force the recovery for Samus. But Samus was in control the entire time. Coral, again, time and time, just really controlling the pace, the tone, and the placement of that series. It didn't matter whether the center stage or edge guarding. Coral just had the technique down perfectly, and they were able to ride that off into a 2-0 win, giving an additional 6 points to the University of Delaware. Now, past the 16-point threshold, should be safe to say that the University of Delaware will be taking GG's all around to the University of Delaware, but it's still not over yet. We still have more to go. We're going to play through to all the games that we have, and we're going to see if Villanova can end on a note. They're back against the University of Delaware, and we should have our next fight just about ready to go, if I'm not mistaken, as I often am mistaken. But hopefully we'll be able to get to the next match very shortly, and then we can see what other type of tricks that the University of Delaware are hiding up their sleeves. Again, that was a fantastic showing coming from those last matches. Again, we got to see some interesting picks as well. We got to see the Sheik pick come out for the University of Delaware. We just saw a nice Samus pick, which again really isn't that much of a wild card, but honestly, using the Samus to that type of capacity, I think kind of is. And, you know, I was even mentioning beforehand the pros and cons of a Samus. So, very interesting. And speak of the devil, none other than the Zero Suit Samus going up against a Pokemon trainer. Well, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the button test here. Either that or they're playing a really intense game of chicken. And who's going to take the first hit? But no, this looks like a button test to me. Squirtle! Unfortunately, not a flying Squirtle. Goes off the edge and followed suit. It seems like the buttons are good. And we are going to have Daniel. We're going to have Daniel the Manual versus Boomer. You see, I tried to put some finesse on it, but there's such as a thing as too much finesse. And that, my friends, was too much finesse. I tripped over my own words, as I so often do. Regardless, we're going to get into the next matchup right away. And let's see if they stick with these picks. I really hope so, because I do want to see this Zero Suit Samus. Again, a little bit of a biases, because a Zero Suit Samus does have a strong history in Smash. And Pokemon Trainer, I absolutely love as well, just because it is Pokemon Trainer. You get to use 3 different Pokemon, and 2 of which are my favorite, Squirtle and Charizard. Ivysaur is great, but it's Ivysaur. I mean, again, we're gonna have some debates, we're gonna have some disputes, but regardless, we're gonna get this next matchup underway. Here we go. The University of Delaware coming with the Zero Suit Samus and Villanova with Pokemon Trainer. Starting things off very speedy. Meanwhile, Daniel the Manual does take a small lead here, being able to apply a lot of that speedy damage with Squirtle. It is able to get the Zero Suit Samus off stage. And now the follow-up from the Ivysaur is able to get the first stock off of Boomer without a lot of cost. They are currently at the 44th percentile. Meanwhile, Boomer already getting that percentage up. Daniel the Manual wasting no time whatsoever at applying a lot of this damage. %56% now, as now the Charizard comes out, but they go flying, and they are within that 98th percentile inside of the danger, trying to get the edge guard, but the recovery from Daniel cannot be denied. So now Boomer makes their way towards the edge. Not sure what they're trying to bait out here, as they try and send the grapple out. Doesn't connect with much or anything. And now out comes the flamethrower. Does deal a good bit of damage. And meanwhile, Daniel the Manual currently sitting at 107%. in elimination range, but Boomer not far from that either. Now with 120, sends him to the edge. And will get the first stock off of Daniel the Manual, off of Pokemon Trainer. Meanwhile, you can see Boomer still very much within the danger. And honestly, it feels like Daniel the Manual is having more difficulty dealing with this Squirtle than the other two Pokemon. That is absolutely insane. Normally, when you think about the danger, you definitely think about Charizard. That is the danger. That's the Pokemon you fear for. Meanwhile, you do have the Ivysaur coming out now, trying to get yet another elimination off of Boomer. Trying to take another stock at 132. It's not going to take much. It's going to take one solid smash, and then boom, there you have it. Meanwhile, the recovery coming from Boomer does put themselves back onto the platform, back to center stage, and finally dealing a little bit of that damage back to Daniel the Manual. Trying to find an avenue, an opening to try and get it past these defenses coming from Daniel, and the Charizard does come out a bit earlier this time. At 69%, now 74. Just about half of Boomers, but still very much in the red, very much in the danger regardless. As you can see, Boomer trying to take their time, but leaves an opening, and Daniel is able to capitalize, getting the second stock off of Boomer, and now on their last as they try and even the odds here. Meanwhile, Daniel does recover, only to find themselves in the crosshairs of Boomer yet again, being able to deal a lot of this damage. Finally, the back throw and the combo does come out from Daniel. And followed up with a flamethrower. That's going to be a good chunk of change there. Nice, good amount of damage. And right now, you can see Boomer really struggling to confirm this final, well, not the final, but trying to confirm this second stock. And Daniel refuses to let it go. There goes the flamethrower again, being able to connect, and you find Boomer within that 76 percentile on their last stock. Meanwhile, Daniel's still on 2 at 150. And maybe this is one of the drawbacks coming from Zero Suit Samus, is the kill potential, the elimination potential, the knockback. I don't know if it's just there. Unlike Samus, as you can see, the tail whip does go out, it does connect. And it will be Daniel to get game number 1 in the favor of Villanova University, the Pokemon Trainer. A fantastic game 1. And again, always a spectacle to see the Pokemon Trainer, just because they are constantly switching out between those 3 Pokemon and being able to use them effectively. That's something entirely different. Squirtle, who is definitely more of the speedy fighter, and then of course you're gonna have the Ivysaur, keeping it distance, keeping it with the range, and then Charizard, who is just the heavy. So again, being able to come through with 3 different play styles and being able to use them in succession is always fun to watch when you're seeing a Pokemon Trainer. And this Zero Suit Samus, as much as I like them, unfortunately was not up to snuff, and they got snuffed out by Daniel, who was able to come through again with the Charizard to clean up and get the first win in this game, in this series for Villanova. Now Villanova 3 points on the, being able to take 2 from that match. So already being able to strike back onto the scoreboard against the University of Delaware should give them some win in their set, should give them a little momentum to carry on here. As we get ready to head into game 2 between these two, from what we saw so far was the Zero Suit Samus and the Pokemon Trainer, between Daniel and Boomer and me and this Red Apple. Now, okay, I want to hear in chat real quick, just because we have a little time. Who do you think would win in a Smash fight, me or this Apple? You don't have to spare my feelings, be honest. Who's taking it? In a best of 3, me or this Apple? Who's winning that fight? I need to know. I'm curious. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna take to the polls later, and we're gonna find out who's gonna take the 1v1 on Smash, on Final Destination map too. We're going to Final Destination, no platforms. I can't jump, so it's not going to do me any good. Also, I have no recovery. If I go off stage, I'm done. But I feel like I can murk this Apple. I really do. So let's hear it. Who do you think's taking the dub? Is it going to be Captain, or is it going to be the Apple? Regardless, that is a fight for another day. In the meantime, we are going to be getting back to this matchup between Daniel, the Maniel, and Boomer. Let's see. Is there going to be a character swap, or we're going to stick to the same? And it is. It's going to be Zero Suit Samus again, going up against the Pokemon Trainer. And already Boomer trying to get the distance closed, but pays the price for doing so. Squirtle with some impressive combos, able to deal out a good bit of damage and get Zero Suit Samus over towards the edge, trying to apply the edge guard here. Throws out the tail whip, doesn't connect. Back to center stage we go, but makes no difference for Squirtle. These quick give and go combos, oh so speedy. Be careful not to get greedy. 84% now, and in the red, and all with only 13% gone on their first stock. Daniel takes the first stock off of Boomer. And now up into the 56th percentile. Out come Venusaur. You see, y'all gonna hate me for this. Venusaur. It's Ivysaur then Venusaur, correct? Evolutions. You got to keep in mind, this is like my least favorite starter, so that's going to be my excuse. I'm pretty sure it's Ivysaur, then Venusaur. Regardless, out comes Ivysaur. They're throwing out the Razor Leaves, trying to connect here, and then the Vine. Also trying to find Boomer here. 78% damage now for Daniel. Just about even here. And finally, you can see the damage does increase a little bit for Boomer. All the while, it will be that center stage. Oh, no, I thought that was it. I thought that was the smash, but no, somehow, some way, Boomer still alive, but finally it will be the down stage to put Boomer on their last stock here in game number 2. And you can see Daniel still holding on to their first stock here as the Charizard does come out at 117 damage, now 128%. You're going to know Boomer is definitely going to want to end this one with that 3 stock just to get as much points as possible for Villanova. So if they can pull this one out here, it is going to give them just that little bit of an extra oomph in the scoreboard. And I just Googled it. I am correct. It was Ivysaur, then Venusaur. So boom, evolution knowledge for the #1 Pokemon. The #1 starter anyway. I mean that in actual codex numbers, not in favoritism. But Daniel taking the actual #1 Pokemon, which is Charizard, to get a 3-stock win over Boomer. And getting some massive points. 7 in total for Villanova. Let me check my caster math here. They were able to get 1 point. Then 3, 4, plus 2, 6. Okay, maybe I was mistaken. Maybe I was wrong again. Caster math, not a strength. But what is a strength is the Pokemon Trainer. And Daniel, for the side of Villanova, that is a huge strength as they came in and got an impressive 2-0 win over Boomer to finally close the gap just even a little bit between these two schools and put on quite a performance and get themselves a win. GG's all around. And once again, just a fantastic game coming from Villanova University. They were able to answer back in a major way, but we still got 1 set left to go. That's going to wrap things up between the Pokemon Trainer and the Zero Suit Samus. And you know what? I feel kind of bad because I was gassing up Zero Suit Samus a lot, and then they go in against Pokemon Trainer and they get clapped. All due respect to both parties involved. That was a fantastic game, and the Pokemon Trainer simply could not be denied. Coming from Daniel, the man from the side of Villanova, who finally do answer back in a major way, getting some big points on the board as we get ready to head into our last matchup between these two great schools. And it's going to be Drew and Imba to be our next combatants to enter the stage here for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate here at the EGFC. And even though it does appear, again, I'm trying to do caster math, forgive me, it does appear as though that it is out of range because Villanova would need to get a total of 9 points in order to catch up. And the max, I want to say 2, 4, 6, what was it, 6? How many in one match? 8. Okay, so you can get 8 for a total. You see, I figured as much because you get 2, 2. No, 3, 3, 2. Correct. Yes. For a total of 8. Because I big brain and I do math. Big brain, cast of math. Also have a producer in my ear who's literally telling me everything. So, shout out to Aeon, our producer, who makes all the magic happen. The unsung hero of all of these productions. And also who tries their best to make us casters not sound half as bad as we truly are. But regardless, we're going to continue forward on and getting to our last match of this series. And then guess what? You get to hear my beautiful voice all over again in our next matchup after this one, because we still got more Smash Brothers to go. But before then, let's get this next matchup underway. The final matchup between the City of Delaware and Villanova. And honestly, even though it may be out of reach for Villanova, if they could still pull out 8 points, not only would it be impressive, but every point counts here at the EGFC. So you still want to try and get as many points as possible, regardless of how you ended up finishing in the series. So Villanova still definitely has a lot to gain if they are able to perform and honestly replicate the win that they just had. Give us another Pokemon trainer win. Give us that Daniel the Manial type win, in Villanova can make an astounding comeback. And look at this, it's going to be Pokemon Trainer versus Greninja, a battle of the Pokemon. This one's going to be interesting, especially with the variety of Pokemon that are coming from Pokemon Trainer versus Greninja. As you can see, we are going into the button test. Gotta test those buttons, gotta make sure everything is up to snuff, especially when you're playing online. You know, we're gonna talk about it, we have talked about it, the chat's talked about it, and we already know. And the button test seemed to have yielded positive results. So now let's get ready to head into this one. And if the character selection for the button test holds true, it is going to be that Greninja going up against the Pokemon Trainer. And honestly, I can't make heads or tails of this one just because there's so many different aspects to the Pokemon Trainer. You have the speed coming from Squirtle. That should be a matchup with Greninja. Even trade. But then you have the range coming from that Ivysaur going up against the Greninja, who does have range. They have the Water Shuriken. But when you're looking at Ivysaur with different Vine Whips and Razor Leafs and everything, and then you have the big, heavy Charizard, it's going to be interesting to see. And it would be even more interesting if the Pokemon types actually like made a difference. Like, you know, water versus water, nothing, but Ivysaur comes out, Greninja takes more damage because it's a grass type versus a water type. And then finally, when Charizard comes out, it's like Greninja gets an advantage because it's water on fire. Again, I am digressing. We're getting match number 1 underway between Imba and Drew, and already Imba off to a fantastic start from the University of Delaware, showing that water can in fact be a weakness to another water type Pokemon. Put some respect on the first gen. Squirtle coming out in a major way, being able to deal 126 damage early to Drew. Wasting no time here. The speed cannot be denied. As you can see, Greninja trying to throw those Water Shurikens, not being able to land much. Is trying to recover here. Does find their way back onto stage at 133% in elimination danger. In the elimination percentile, as you can see once again, Squirtle looking to finish this one off. Looking for that opening, but choosing really smart and concise strikes. Either they're not afraid to guard, they're not afraid to dodge. They're taking their time. You know, it does seem like they're rushing. They're bringing the ultimate aggression, but it's really just finding the right opening. Meanwhile, you can see Greninja trying to answer back here. Drew trying to get the up and over, falls on the wrong side of the edge here. Now is going to be put off stage. And finally, we'll get a little bit of a reversal there, trying to put Squirtle over towards the edge. Not much doing there. Back towards the center stage we go. And now here comes the kill shot from Emba to get the first stock off of Drew. All with the Squirtle, need I mind you. Did not have to change to the Ivysaur or the Charizard. Did not have to make a change. That was all Squirtle power. Squirtle squad represent. Yeah, meanwhile, Greninja really trying to match the speed of the Squirtle, but I'm not sure because Greninja definitely a speedy character, but not being able to get the upper hand over this Squirtle, who is just able to find literally every opening in the defenses of this Greninja coming from Drew. And there goes Imba again, juggling Drew up into the center stage and uses the water gun to get them over towards the edge yet again. And normally this is Greninja's asset here. This is usually a benefit for Greninja, getting your opponents off stage, following it up with the water shuriken, and then trying your best to deny the recovery and edge guard. Greninja, definitely a great edge guarder, but Squirtle is denying that, putting Greninja onto the back foot and putting Drew off the edge, denying one of their biggest assets, which is the edge guard. Now, finally, Squirtle comes out for the first time and is able to get the first stock, well, the second stock off of Drew, but Ivysaur immediately gone. And they're putting Squirtle back into the fight. I feel like Squirtle is backpacking this entire Pokemon trainer team. Put respect on Squirtle. No evolution, no Wartortle, no Blastoise, straight Squirtle. The hard-shelled hero. Now finally switching out to the Ivysaur, you can see trying to deal a little bit of damage here. Out goes the Vine Whip, followed up with the Leaf Blade and a Vine Whip, nearly putting that one to bed, but the recovery from Greninja is there. Charizard now comes back, and Squirtle goes out again to finish the job. We start with Squirtle. Let's try and end with Squirtle. Greninja able to answer back. Drew looking to find an opening again. Squirtle just makes it oh so difficult, as now we will switch to the Ivysaur yet again. Out goes the Razor Leaf. Not finding much, and Greninja really just trying to put Ivysaur out towards the edge, using a little bit of those water kunai to deal a little chip damage, but not much other than that. And now the down smash from Ivysaur, followed up with the forward throw. And the up air to put Greninja into the danger. 130, now 140. The down grab, the down was hit. Putting them at 150, looking to follow this one up with the down air. Doesn't connect, and meanwhile, Greninja looks to try and counter, but Charizard now comes out. Here comes the danger. The down grab lands, and it will be a 3-stock win in game number 1 for Ember. Squirtle was the MVP, though. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. Squirtle, without a doubt, the MVP of that first bout. I mean, of course, you know, it's Squirtle. Got to give respect. They definitely were able to go and create a massive wave. No pun intended, kind of, with the early momentum being built for the University of Delaware, being able to answer in a huge way and keeping Greninja at bay. Greninja themselves is a very speedy character, but were simply outsped, outpaced by the Squirtle. Drew couldn't keep up, and it was a feels bad, just because, you know, you could see how many times that the Greninja, Drew, tried to find an opening, tried to jump over, trying to dodge, dip, dive, and dodge their way to get this small Squirtle, but they couldn't find the answer. And out of all 3 Pokemon coming from the Pokemon trainer, it was the Squirtle that backpacked the whole squad. Saying it right now, Squirtle was definitely the MVP coming from that first matchup, and that's going to put University of Delaware up to 20 points over Villanova University. And that was a fantastic game number 1 in this bout, as we head into game number 2 and see if any changes will be made on either side. On either side. What do you think about that, Apple? It's a good take. It's a fresh take from a fresh apple. As now we get ready to head into game 2. It's going to be interesting to see how the adaptation and the reaction will come from Villanova if they decide to switch characters. No, we're going to keep it tried and true. It is Drew. And Ember, of course, sticking with the Pokemon trainer. No surprise there already. Squirtle off to a speedy start here, as Greninja can only just jump out of the way and try and avoid the damage. And they literally appear to be going in circles. Meanwhile, Ember does find an opening, able to land at least one combo in the process. And Drew went for the combo, went to open a combo, but couldn't find a landing, couldn't find an opening. Finally, you can see it will be a small combo coming out from Drew, only to be rebutted. Countered again from Ember, finds themselves back into the center stage. And these platforms have been saving Squirtle from a lot of these up air combos. Meanwhile, back to the edge we go, and Drew is already at the 99th percentile, but they are keeping Imba close. They are in that 60 percentile, not quite in the red. But that forward smash from Imba is going to be the first stock off of Drew and will take a lead early here. Game number 2. And unfortunately for Drew, they really haven't been able to find a Pokemon trainer or even the Squirtle. You know what? They very well could have an answer to both the Ivysaur and the Charizard, just not the Squirtle. Because this Squirtle is just too speedy. The way that they're able to really get around the defenses of Greninja has been nothing short of impressive. Meanwhile, you can see Drew has had enough of this tyrannical turtle and finally forces out Ivysaur. 110% damage onto the Pokemon trainer. Drew making the most out of this second stock, trying to even the odds here. And is taking the fight head on. Even though in the Pokemon world, the grass type definitely has an advantage over the water type. As you can see, Imba does manage to recover and get themselves back onto the center stage. Razor Leafs going out. Not being able to connect here again, trying to use that range to their advantage, but Drew able to counter, putting Imba off stage. Looking to try and get the edge guard, but not much doing there. It's the up airs from Imba that managed to land, and it will begin to chip away at Drew. Drew getting a wee bit impatient, just a little bit. They couldn't get it to go. They couldn't confirm the first stock off of Imba, so then they started to rush. They tried to force the opening, and that's where we saw Imba start to kind of tick away at the percentage there. Now 67% for Drew, who finally does get the first stock Imba. And now out comes the Tyrannical Turtle again. Squirtle going right to the attack on Greninja. Gets a little bit of an up toss, follows it up with some of the kicks, like a little combo. Nice little up air there. And back towards the center platform we go. Squirtle trying to force the issue and put Drew over towards the edge. Meanwhile, it's air from Drew trying to force this elimination off of the second stock of Imba, who is forced to take out the Ivysaur. Now Greninja trying to get Ivysaur over towards this edge here, trying to force the edge guard, but right now Charizard will be brought out, the big bad, the flying fire type. Tries to land the flamethrower, but doesn't connect, and Drew lands a massive smash to get the second stock off of Imba. And now Squirtle trying to do work again, trying to even the odds here, but Drew has had is finally starting to find the stride here and find the answer to this aggression that is coming from this Tyrannical Turtle. As you can see, it will be another up air, followed by another up air, looking to try and force Squirtle off of the map entirely, but not enough damage has been dealt quite yet. 115% to Drew now, and Drew will be taking away with this matchup so far, too. And is trying to force Imba over towards the edge, trying to start that edge guard. And finally, out goes Squirtle over towards the edge, able to recover and put themselves back onto stage. And all it's going to take is a solid hit here as Drew still holding on to their second stock. And now using the Water Shurikens and the Water Kunai to recover again. Greninja able to keep the distance between themselves and Squirtle by using a lot of these ranged attacks. And now switching to Ivysaur to cover, but hold on! It is the forward air from Drew that will put an end to Game 2. Villanova answers back against the University of Delaware. And that was a pure example of adaptation and reaction. You've seen it live. Literally what seemed to be a one-sided bout for the Pokemon trainer there in Game 1 flipped on its head in Game 2. They were able to find the mistakes that they were making, adjust, react, and change them accordingly. That is a good quality to have in any sport athlete. So fantastic showing coming from that Greninja from Villanova. Drew definitely showing that they know how to use this character, they know how to use it well. As we get ready to head into game number 3, the decider between these two schools. To see how this one will end out, of course, University of Delaware is past the margin there in the 20s now. catch it. Still, you want to try and get some of those consolation points to take home on the road. Villanova University now with 10 total. Hoping to walk away with just a little bit more. Excuse me. As we get ready to head into game number 3 between Villanova University, Delaware. Will the side of Delaware, will Imba stick with the Pokemon trainer even after that defeat? Or are they going to try and switch out? Now, when it comes to Greninja, I'm not really too sure on what a counter is. I mean, I know what the counters could be, but I don't want to bet on it just yet, especially for the University of Delaware, being that they have played so well with the Pokemon trainer so far. So I'm not trying to go off as to say what character they are going to pick, because chances are I will be wrong. But regardless, it's going to be interesting, the decision that they decide to make as we head into this final match between Villanova University and the University of Delaware. Apple, you got any thoughts on this? Any comments? It's a good take. Another fresh take from this fresh apple. And this has been an absolute back and forth, at least in these last 2 matches, for the very least. The University of Delaware, they already know that they have surpassed their points. They can kind of coast, they can kind of take it easy, but still Villanova trying to scavenge as much points as possible, and so far doing a pretty good job of it. They 2-0, or rather a 2-0 victory in the previous matchup, and now trying to ride that wave. They've already went down 1, but they managed to win. So still the 2-0 is not possible now, nor is the total. Still get enough points to go. As we continue to get these button tests, we got to make sure that our student athletes are in the best condition in order to participate. So you got to do the button test. You got to make sure everything's connected. You got to make sure the servers are good. Can't have a poor server, because then we're going to have to unplug, plug back in, and try and over again. So we have to make sure that all is fair, all is square, as we get ready to head into this game 3 between Imba and Drew. And it will be the matchup, Pokemon Trainer versus Greninja, for the 3rd and final time here between the University of Delaware and Villanova. And already going for the edge guard. You can see Drew does give it up, actually, but is forcing Squirtle over towards this edge, following it up with a nice aerial combo. Back over towards the edge. Squirtle does recover. And now back up onto the platform. And finally does finding an opening for a massive combo. And now will take a small lead over Drew, who is over, does recover nicely, and is able to find themselves back into fighting shape against Imba. And now back over to the edge we go. This time, Greninja trying to Squirtle over the edge, but it's not going to give enough to go. Drew now sustaining heavy damage up into the 100th percentile, into the red. In the elimination potential, as they do throw out some of the kunais, a little bit of a water shuriken. Again, trying to use the ranged abilities to their advantage over the Squirtle. Very speedy pick, very speedy Pokemon. At least in Smash. And now out comes Ivysaur to take this one off stage to get the first stock off of Drew. And not a lot of Charizard action. We've seen a little bit of Charizard, but not a lot. It's because Squirtle is all you need in order to pick up a dub for Pokemon Trainer. And now Drew just trying to play catch up here. As you can see, Imba still in their first stock here, and Drew already taking 25% damage on their second. And honestly, every single percent taken from Drew at this point for Imba is a win. It is a net positive for our economy majors out there. As you can see, Imba now in the 72, 82 percentile, Drew in 49. Able to recover and deal a little bit of damage back onto Drew. Throws up tail whip, and now followed it up with a combo, puts Drew right back off stage. Bringing about the edge guard again, followed up with another air combo, and out comes Ivysaur, which you know means that the off stage is coming, and so does the forward throw. Looking to get yet another offstage elimination, but it's going to be the up smash to send Drew high and flying. And it will be the last stock for Drew. Meanwhile, Imba still on there first. And that should be it finally. Drew, with the up air combos, is able to get the first stock off of Imba, but out comes the big bad. It is Charizard, only to be swapped out immediately by the cute cuddly Squirtle. I would love to have a real-life Squirtle. Just going to throw that out there as we continue on. And now you're really seeing a kind of a tug-of-war at the very moment, at least for the possession of the stage here. No team really wants, well, no side wants to give and or go and give an opportunity here or really close the gap. Meanwhile, you can see they finally do dash towards one another. A huge block coming from Imba, trying their best to absorb the combo, but does take the last 2 or 3 hits. Meanwhile, you can see the up air now landing for Imba, giving Drew a taste of their own medicine. Water gun, trying to keep Drew off stage and off platform. Forcing the edge guard yet again. The recovery coming from Drew, gets themselves back on stage, and now, once again, this dreaded up air combo has been the bane of Imba time and time again, but can they deny? And they will. They will force Drew back over towards the side, but oh, here comes the up air combo. Doesn't connect, can't get it to go. And now Ivysaur coming out, probably getting their most screen time here in this matchup. And the down air does land, but the rebuttal coming from Drew is able to land just as well. They're at 100% to Imba's 94. And now, once again, you can see Drew over towards the side, but they're able to reverse it, and out comes Charizard, who does manage to recover, get themselves back on stage, looking for the big hit for the final finish. And I think that'll just about do it, and it will. Imba able to take the game and the series 2-1 over Drew with 2 stock left in Game 3. And what a fantastic series from start to finish. And overall, it will be the University of Delaware to take the win with a total of 20 points in comparison to Villanova's 10. Still a well-deserved victory for the University of Delaware. And a massive GG's to all parties involved. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have an interview lined up for you with one of the players from the University of Delaware. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back here at the EGFC.
step into the ring.
Alrighty, well, hello and welcome back to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate here at the EGFC, and I have a very special guest with me here today. It is none other than Swift from the University of Delaware. Swift, how are you feeling after that win?
Feeling pretty all right, you know. We did win, which we'll take that.
Oh yeah, we take those all day, every day. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But I gotta ask you, the Sheik pick. I haven't seen it in quite some time. I'm a huge fan of it. I love it. Clearly, it worked out for you, especially against Pac-Man, of all things. You got to let me know. What's the secret to the sauce? How can we get good with Sheik?
Okay, so here's what you do. What you want to do is you go to the character select screen, and you pick a different character, because the character is very hard on Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay.
On the real, though. On the real.
Okay, I was taking notes. I just need to make sure that I got the correct information, so that way I could try and get good like you, with the Sheik pick. But continuing on here, the University of Delaware, your team had clearly popped off tonight. Y'all played fantastic. Has this really just been the momentum that y'all have been on, or are y'all working with some new strategies here? I mean, you can't divulge the whole secrets of the team, but give me an inside look. What's it like at the training facility there at Delaware?
Oh, we be grinding all day, dude. Literally every off day, we're in the lab, we're playing each other, we're going at it. We're looking to pop off here. Oh,
absolutely. And y'all did. I mean, all due respect, you definitely did. And you know, with all that grinding, with all that preparation, what team is it for? I gotta ask, who's the big bad in your division? Like, what team are you aiming to take down that you find yourself doing all this training?
Next week, we hear that we're playing. Actually, I don't remember the name of the school, but apparently there's a PR player going to be attending. Mr. L plays Pikachu, I think. We're looking to get some practice with a Pikachu, you know.
Oh yeah, I am familiar with Mr. L, and that is definitely going to be a challenge, because I'll say Mr. L definitely likes to hand them out. And you know, with that being said, you know, going forward with the University of Delaware, I need to ask, just in case if the Sheik pick doesn't always work out, it might not be your main, I'm not sure, but what other character, like, what is your other go-to besides Sheik?
Yeah. Sheik's the only one for me, bro. I've been playing her for a while now. She's really fun, and I play a lot of Wi-Fi, so I'm used to, like, feeling it out, like, playing in the delay, but it can be a little rough playing against certain characters, Pac-Man especially. Like, the hydrant really makes it hard to, like, approach, and I can't really combo him too hard. He's got a good combo breaker in there, but we make it work out.
Alrighty. Well, before I let you go, I got to ask you, is there anybody you want to shout out, friends, family, teachers, whoever it may be? As of now, Swift, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Real quick, I want to shout out the rest of the UD team. They cleaned up house tonight, which we always love to see that. They've been doing really great so far, hoping to keep it up in the future. Also, I want to shout out those last two players. They played really well. Our PT, he's probably the best player here in Delaware. And it was looking like it was going to be a clean sweep. That Greninja really did adapt really well. I think that he really pulled it off. Like, even if it was just for that one game, that's really hard to do. And then their PT, they also popped off. Like, it was looking like we were going to steamroll, and then he came out of nowhere and was like making us like second guess ourselves. So again, like, shout outs to them. They played pretty good. And shout out to our captain of the UD esports for SSBU, Mr. Kiernan. He has been helping us out this whole time. He's been setting us up with like good like monitor and making sure that like everything was good for us to go. Shout outs to him. And one more thing, shout outs to the UD support squad. They're being in the Twitch chat. They are the fire that lights the coal that is the UD like SSBU team. Like, they're there every time, and we couldn't do it without them. So shout outs to them.
Well, you heard it from Swift themselves. The UD support team is lit, literally lighting it up in the Twitch chat. But regardless, thank you, Swift, so much for sitting down and talking to me for a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
Alrighty, well, that's going to wrap things up here for this matchup. Again, GG's to all parties involved, especially the University of Delaware. They walk away with a pretty confident win. And with that, we're going to take a quick short break, but we will be right back with more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate right here at the EGFC.
The George Washington University, at the intersection of policy, practice, and research, connecting all that Washington has to offer with an intellectual environment that drives progress, transforming vision into action, offering learning experiences that are rigorous, real-time, and real-world. In a city shaping the future, George Washington is a place where faculty and students don't just study the world, they work to change it.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
Well, hello and welcome back to more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate live from the EGFC. Once again, I am your big, bald, beautiful host, Captain Etsoka, joined by none other than Pac-Man's Red Apple. Pleasure as always. Has already won a couple of matches tonight and also has lost a couple of matches. And if we've learned anything, it's that an apple a day does riches away. But as we have wrapped up on our last series, we will now be heading to our series of the night, which is going to be George Washington University versus DePaul University. And I'll be completely honest, I don't know too much about these teams. I've seen a lot of the teams here at the EGFC, but these two, actually, you know what? Again, captain is captain. I do know a little bit about DePaul. I don't know a lot about George Washington U. That is a relatively newer school for me, but DePaul University, I have seen quite a few times, not just in the Super Smash area of the EGFC, but also in other esports as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how their Super Smash team stacks up to their other teams here at the EGFC. And with that being said, George Washington University should be bringing a good bit to the table as well. But that remains to be seen as we get ready to head into game 2. And we are getting our button tests out of the way just to make sure that everybody has no input lag. The servers are good. Make sure you don't unplug, plug it back in, and then try it all again. And so hopefully we can bring the best possible match to you and give you the utmost quality, as we like to uphold here at the EGFC. And we have already seen some interesting matches, to say the least, but let's see if this matchup can hold up. And it looks as though we are going to have Kimonito versus Mill. And here we go, getting things started off already. Going towards center stage here as the trades are already coming under. And Greninja pick. Very familiar. We literally just got to see Greninja play. Not to the greatest end, but still fantastic nonetheless. And now, not really much doing here. Not a lot going towards the edge. Not a lot staying on the ground towards center stage. And then finally, you can see Kimonito trying to force the issue here with this Rosalina pick, not being able to get much to go as they find themselves off stage with 106% damage. And this is where the edge guard will usually come out for Greninja. But Rosalina does come through with a pretty good recovery as they find themselves back center stage, but on the latter half of the danger in damage percentage. All the while, you can see Greninja definitely going work with the combos. Tries to get the up air, but will be denied by the down air coming from Rosalina. Kimonito now going to be able to answer back. And we'll get the down smash on Greninja. Not enough to get the elimination, but still enough to pretty much establish your authority here. And it will be the up air to get the first stock off of Treadmill. And wasting no time whatsoever. Treadmill now trying to answer back against Kimonito. As they answer with a forward smash, Treadmill now takes the first stock off of this Rosalina pick. And we are nearly back at even here on Pokemon Stadium 2. Meanwhile, you can see the trades are beginning to come out, and here comes the combo from Treadmill, forcing Rosalina over towards the side, not quite off of the stage just yet. And there you have it now. Kimonito is off stage, has to recover, does make their way back up to the platform, and will counter by throwing Treadmill off stage as well. Not a big difference just yet, about 30%. And now Kimonito now starting to find themselves in the red. They are in elimination potential. As you can see, Rosalina now using a little bit of the magic, a little bit of finesse here to put Treadmill on stage. Not able to confirm, but hold the phone. Here we go. Treadmill nearly being able to take the second stock off of Kimonito. Looking to follow it up with yet some more up air combos. Not being able to land much, though. This down air from Kimonito. Successful time and time again, denying a lot of these up air combos. And now back over towards the center stage. You can see Kimonito trying to rain down authority for this entire stage. And again, you have Treadmill trying to force the issue off stage. And now it will be the forward air from Treadmill after the up smash to get the second stock off of Key Monito. And now Treadmill will be going up 2 stock to 1 now in the 85 percentile, puts them in elimination potential, puts them in the danger. As you can see, Kumanito now trying to keep as much distance as possible between themselves and Greninja. But not much doing there. You can see Greninja easily able to close the gap and now going to be throwing out some of the water kunai. And we'll be dealing a little bit of damage, just some small chip damage there. Kumanito now answering back to Treadmill. Treadmill very much in the danger, but still has that second stock advantage. So any amount of percentage that they can deal to Kumanito is a win. Meanwhile, you can see the edge guard now in effect for Kumanito, trying to keep Greninja off the stage, but they will answer back with an impressive recovery in order to get just a little bit more chip damage there. Now 45% for Kumanito and 127 for Treadmill. May get 140 as be the up smash to take the second stock off of Treadmill. And now we're back at 1 apiece, but you can see Treadmill not wasting any time. Again, starting off with the combos very quickly. And Kumanito just as quickly to answer back. Back over towards the edge we go. Rosalina now trying to edge guard against Greninja. But it will be Treadmill who does recover quite nicely back towards the center stage. And now here comes the up air, not being able to follow it up with the combo, but Greninja can. Treadmill now forces Rosalina off stage and does have a recovery to get themselves back onto the platform. Now with not only a recovery, but a counter as well. But that forward smash definitely putting them close into that elimination potential. But the recovery again from Rosalina puts them back at the center stage. And now we'll put Greninja over towards the edge. Puts them up high, looks for the up smash, can't get it to go. Trying to get the up smash again, but it misses. And now Greninja has to watch themselves from both sides. They are literally caught in the middle until finally they do find the gap to get out of the danger. Out goes the Water Shuriken, not being able to do much. And literally only a fraction of a difference, but it will be enough for Treadmill to get game number 1 to go in their favor. As DePaul University will be the first to get themselves on the board. And honestly, that was an interesting matchup just because the Rosalina is such, I guess, an awkward pick, especially for someone like Greninja, being able to throw the star out and really create a gap between the two. And then it feels like you cornered on both sides, but Greninja with their speed was able to get up and over a lot of those maneuvers and really were able to close the gap that Rosalina was trying to create, and then really being able to finish it off with these smash attacks. And then all the while, Rosalina denying the up air combos, but weren't able to block the forward airs. As we saw just then and there, those forward smashes being able to come through and get the win for Treadmill here. Look at this. Goes up and follows it up with the forward air to get the dub in game number 1 with only 1 stock. So still, that's only 1 point for DePaul. But no matter which way you slice it, there's going to be a 1-0 lead in favor of DePaul University. But now I feel like this one was so close that there's really no point in changing characters. And the Rosalina pick, I mean, I know I said earlier that Zelda was the counter, but I don't know. This Rosalina definitely is really interesting, especially with the way that they play and really being able to create a lot of space. But with Greninja being so speedy, they can close that gap so quickly. You have to wonder, is Rosalina capable of keeping that space long enough in order to take a dub away from DePaul University? Only time will tell as we get ready to head into game number 2 between these two. As we get ready to get this one going, we have already seen plenty of Greninja here today, and it is self-evident why. They have been a phenomenal force from start to finish, even though we have seen a couple of L's on the Greninja side as dubs. So it was a real tug-of-war, a real back and forth. Really whether or not Greninja is meta. But at the same time, I want to say no. It's about a 50-50 split, you know. It's literally right down the middle. I mean, as far as speed character goes, then yes. But we have also seen a Greninja fall to the Pokemon trainer earlier. Not to say that it is a There's no correlation to causation here. I'm observating, making observations. As we get ready to get this game number 2 underway between George Washington University. Still, this is one of the closest starts that we've seen so far. 1-0. The closest deficit that I think we have seen all night, and that is just the start of it. DePaul can definitely take away with this if they continue to stack up and continue to ride the wave of momentum from that first game win. But it's going to be all up to the side of George Washington to whether or not they're going to try and stop the momentum here and now, because all it really takes is one solid game win, one series win, to give your team a lot of morale and a wave of momentum that is hard to stop as we get ready to head into game number 2. And they are running back the button test, I think, as I thought. Okay, they're going to the same stage. Understood. We're going to Pokemon Stadium 2. Thank you, Aeon, in my ear, helping me. What is going on behind the scenes, so that way we know what to expect as we get ready to head into game number 2. Back on a Pokemon Stadium 2. As we get game number 2 underway, once again, we will be seeing the Greninja and picks, but hold the phone. Something's not quite right. Something is amiss. Did their Wiimote run out of batteries? And that is a joke. I know we've evolved to the Switch and even more popular. The GameCube controller reigns supreme, let's be honest. I'm not playing Smash unless it's a GameCube controller. Unless we're having a LAN party, in which case I will use a Switch controller. The Wiimote, I'm sorry, it was not fun to use. But it is a controller issue. So I wasn't entirely wrong. Get them some batteries for the Wiimote. Got a match to go. Poor Kimoto is going to have to unplug it and plug it back in. Or get some fresh batteries. And there is a time limit. So tell you what, this is going to be considered an extended button test, but only for this Greninja. So Greninja, just get that button test out of the way. You are granted extra button test time. Kimanato or Kimanato. You just got to get a controller. You got to get buttons before you get a button test. Well, you see, this is why we have button tests. So that way you can make sure that you have buttons. So that way you can compete, so that way you can play, and unfortunately, it seemed as though Kimanato ran out of juice, ran out of buttons. Either didn't charge the controller, didn't have the plug into the controller, the wire's bad, batteries, went with Energizer instead of Duracell. Something happened. Regardless, we are going to get this match underway, whether anyone likes it or not, including this Apple. And it still should be the Greninja versus Rosalina picks, and finally, we are able to get the controller plugged in. One way or the other, we were able to get game number 2 underway between Treadmill and Kimanato. And Kimanato wasted no time here, able to deal a good bit of damage early to Treadmill. And a lot of this fighting is taking place center stage, which is not where I expected this one to go. And again, the dodge, duck, dip, diving, and dodging coming from both sides. None too impressive here. As you can see, it is the up air combo that does land for Treadmill. Able to deal at least 20% extra damage onto that. But here comes the back throw from Treadmill, putting Greninja off stage, but also putting them in the air with the up smash. And now Treadmill has their back foot forward here as they try and close the gap in the damage. Now able to put Rosalina off stage, but the recovery is there, even though they lost their little star friend. And now a huge forward smash, able to put Rosalina off the side again, tying the damage up at 100 apiece. And now the blue star friend is back, causing a little bit of a ruckus, and they have to keep the distance there, throwing out the water shurikens and the kunai. And finally being able to get up and over, throwing Rosalina in the air, or rather hitting them in the air. And does find an opening, and it will be the forward air. Get the stock off of Kimanato. And now back to work we go. Treadmill at a 110 percentile. All it's going to take is one good smash, one good hit coming from Kimonito to even us back up at 1 stock apiece. But Treadmill currently going to continue to add the damage here, making the most of their first stock. Still with 110% damage and holding on now. Here comes the up air combo. Not being able to land it the second time, finds themselves off stage and will follow it up yet again. Kimonito, though, comes back with the rebuttal. Now with 67% damage on their second stock in the orange now. And the edge guard nearly working to perfection here, but Treadmill able to recover yet again and will get the reversal and the water shuriken. Trying to apply the pressure on the edge, does get the forward air to get the second stock off of Kimonito. And looking to get this series done in one. Trying to hit the first stock to go the distance here. 30% damage already on Kimonito yet again. Treadmill now laying on the absolute speed and getting 80% done on Kimonito, putting them in the red already on their last stop. 143 for Treadmill, now 150 as the up air and forward air do connect, putting Rosalina at 100 in the elimination potential. Having to get away from the edge. And now here comes the follow-up coming from Treadmill. Looking to end this one here and now, all in one stock. They do absorb a lot of the damage thanks to the block. Now out comes the water shuriken. It lands, and it will 3-stock win for Treadmill and DePaul University. Oh, a huge win there, getting the 1-point lead in the first game and then walking away with 3 in the second, plus the 2 on top for a total of 6. A very good job by DePaul. Treadmill ran the absolute gauntlet, literally displaying the true potential of Greninja. And again, being able to even take a ranged character such as Rosalina and close the gap and find the openings and then apply some range attacks of their own. We cannot forget the shurikens, but anytime they were able to get Rosalina with those up air combos and of course the forward airs, it was all but over. But that water shuriken, my word, that was absolutely spectacular. Let's see it one more time in slow motion. Jumps back, finds the opening, charges it up, throws it out, and gets the dub. Giving us a textbook example of how to use Greninja. But that is going to be the first series going the way of the huge statement here in game number 1 to George Washington U. But still, we got plenty of series left to go. Not nearly done yet. Nope. As we get ready for the second game, so 2 new combatants will be entering in the ring, going head to head. And what characters they select remains to be seen. What do you think, Apple? Yeah, I think so too. As we get ready to head once again into this game number 2, George Washington University down 0-6 as they look to get their first points on the board with an opportunity to do so in the coming game. And once again, it's going to be interesting to see now that DePaul University has the momentum just from the early win, if they're going to be able to ride it out. They have the morale, they have the momentum on their side, and from now on, George Washington U is going to have to work uphill in order to reclaim some of that momentum for their own. And this is something that we talk about, well, that I like to talk about, but esports is a very momentum-based competition, regardless. I mean, it doesn't matter what esport you play. There's usually a huge factor of momentum and morale, and Super Smash Brothers is no different. It is so hard to stop a team that is really feeling themselves, that get that extra boost, and to really slow them down. Once a team is hitting their stride, you simply can't stop, especially in Super Smash. So it's going to be up to the side of George Washington University to stifle the flare coming from DePaul, especially after such a dominating Game 1 win. Even though the first game did only get decided by one stock, that finisher there coming from DePaul, putting them up 6 total points over George Washington U. That is going to be a huge boost of momentum side of the. So let's see what George Washington University can do to try and reclaim some of that momentum and morale for their own. As we are getting ready to get our next two combatants underway, make sure they get connected, make sure they do their button test. And we're going to have Cookie coming from the side of DePaul and making sure that they have their batteries plugged into their Wiimotes. And coming from the side of GW, be over. Not saying that George Washington University is over, saying that the player coming from George Washington University is named over. Just had to clarify there as we get ready to get this matchup underway. Make sure everything's good and gravy. The servers, got to make sure the servers are good. Got to make sure the buttons are good. Got to make sure you have a charged and hopefully functioning controller. Because if not, we're going to have to hook you up with a 64 stick. And if you've never played on the 64 stick, it was definitely, it was revolutionary for its time. You got to keep in mind, it was like 96. So it was revolutionary then, but, you know, give it like 30 years. Not so much. And with that being said, and to the good graces of my producer, we're going to take a quick short break. And we will be right back with the next matchup between GWU and DePaul University. Do not go anywhere. Well, hello and welcome back once again to the EGFC. As always, I'm your big, bald, beautiful host, Captain Atsoka, joined by Shiny Red Apple. And now, without further ado, we are getting ready to get this matchup underway, and we have some interesting picks if the button test is to be confirmed. I've seen them already, but I don't want to spoil it. I'm going to let it present itself to you. And honestly, I'm pretty excited for this one. It's part of my old side and my new side clashing in this matchup here. Again, a player and a character that I have made time. against a newer character that I'm becoming fond of, and it's going to be Min Min versus Solid Snake. For anybody that has played Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Solid Snake was so much fun, especially with the rockets, being able to change those combos and literally carry a character all the way off stage and just out into oblivion, into the Smash zone. So much fun. And also, I'm a huge fan of all the Metal Gear Solid games as well. But with that being said, you got Min Min, and Min Min literally up and coming in the meta. Not even up and coming, they are part of the meta, like, just because they have so much reach, so much range, they are so dangerous. Literally got to see nothing but Min Mins for like the first week of the EGFC season, and then haven't seen them since, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why we haven't seen any more Min Mins, especially against sword wielders. Like, we saw Roy today. I think Roy would be a little downtrodden against the Min Min. Meanwhile, we are getting this one underway, and already you can see one stock has been taken off of Solid Snake. Cookie already off to a great start within their first stock, being able to even out damage here. Over does answer back, trying to throw out some of this utility, but gets countered and forced off stage. And can't recover! It's gonna be their second stock going down. Cookie trying to end this all on their first stock. Does get grappled from behind, but is able to answer back. Does hit the up air, trying to follow it with a little bit of that range. No nade for Snake. As you can see, the follow-up touch coming from Min Min does connect, forcing Solid Snake off stage. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Snake, they do have a lot of range. They have a lot of ranged abilities, but so does Min Min, who was able to get the forward smash to end game number 1, 3 stocks to nil in record time. That is going to be 3 points going the way of DePaul University. And that's exactly about Min Min. I love Snake. Okay, Solid Snake is awesome. They are mostly ranged attacks. They got nades to work with. They got the rocket launcher to work with. Their recovery is also not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. And Min Min, honestly, is just a controller. Like, if there was ever a class in Smash, it would be Min Min. Min Min covers so much ground so quickly. Again, able to edge guard to near perfection. And just able to do a lot of work. Again, look at this. From the edge, throws out one just to try and catch, but the second one lands perfectly. Cookie definitely in full control of a game number 1 as we get ready to head in game number 2. And as much as I love Solid Snake, I think it's time to make a change. Especially when you're going up against Min Min. Min Min could very well be the bane of ranged characters just because of their reach without even having really any ranged abilities. It's difficult because it is a ranged ability, but at the same time, it's not. It's not a projectile. It's not like, you know, the boomerang, the bow and arrow. It's not like the arm cannon. It's not like the laser gun, the pew pew. You know, it's simply Min Min's reach, a truly unique character in that design. So trying to select someone who is a little bit more range oriented, solid, I don't think it's going to go in your favor. So we're going to have to try, I think, to go with someone else. Hopefully on the sort of George Washington University, they do have something else in their arsenal. Hopefully Over has another go-to character they can bring to the table to really counter this Min Min, who is oh so dangerous. But as we get ready to get game number 2 underway, only time to tell if they're going to stick with Solid Snake or if Solid Snake will be over. As you can see, they are not going to be going with the Solid Snake. If I'm not mistaken, which I probably am, this looks like Hero. And it is a different skin from the Hero that I'm used to seeing. So yes, this is interesting. Okay, now, honestly, this isn't a bad counter, but again, Cookie is just so good at Min Min, it really doesn't matter. The edge guard coming out in a major way. And look at this, just every time they try to, no, I'm sorry. There's nothing else to say. I like Hero because they are random. You got literally random spells at random times, which it's not random, but those Hero use it comes out as random. They're just trying to get the spells out as quickly as possible. So you don't really have a lot of time to pick which spell you want to use, but again, Min Min just absolutely cracked, especially on these edge guards, especially against a character like Hero. So far, it is a feels bad. It is looking a little one-sided here. Cookie, with this mid-min, just has it down to a T. Knows exactly when to back up. Knows exactly when to move forward. Knows when to throw smashes. Knows when to come through with the edge guard. And continues just to punish this hero pick. And again, it's a feels bad because I do like the hero pick. The hero pick is a great counter to a lot of characters. Min, though, not one of those characters. As you can see now, once again, the follow-up will put Hero over into the 94th percentile, into the red. And now yet another follow-up will just about do it. And that is all she... 3 up, 3 down. And no stocks left to be found for over. Cookie with another 3-0 stock win over George Washington University, giving themselves yet an additional 5 points for a total of 14 for DePaul University. Currently 14-0 overall. And that was a quick game from start to finish, as now we have another one to look forward to. Not over yet. DePaul University have not crossed the threshold of the 16 points. It's still doable for George Washington U, but they're going to have to break out a tremendous performance in the next series, because I don't know if this performance can be outdone. Cookie was insane from start to finish. I don't know if we can see a performance that is going to do that. They definitely set the bar high. It is doable, it's possible, anything is possible, especially in Super Smash. But that min play from Cookie set the bar. Like, here's my screen, right? Set it like over that. Okay, so yeah, it's going to be a tough act to follow. Let's just say that. But still, it's not over for George Washington University. Like I said, DePaul currently at 14. You see it, right? Right over there. 14 points. They need to get at least to 16 to declare their victory. At that. So still not done just yet. But we are going to need to see a performance like that Cookie just had on the min from George Washington University if they are and make that happen. We have got to see something like, and that is not seen so very often as we get ready to get the next game underway. Let's see if George Washington University can make a rebuttal, can make a comeback, and react to the overall aggression that is coming from the side of DePaul University, as we do have the button checks underway. And it's Kid Link in Byleth. And you know what? I'm going with Kid Link on this one. Or Young Link, or whatever the proper nomenclature is. But this Young Link is such a demon. Byleth, in their own right, also a demon. This is going to be a true match of the sword wielders right here. I'm sorry. This is the most, honestly, out of all the matches we've had tonight, this is the one I'm looking forward to the most. Just because these two are phenomenal sword wielders, phenomenal characters. Queen Byleth reigned for quite some time at top of the meta, and Kid Link, an OG, one of the longest standing, if not the longest standing sword wielder, next to Zelda themselves. I mean, not Zelda, next to Link themselves. And honestly, I should be put into the grave just for accidentally saying Zelda instead of Link. It was an accidente. In my defense, we have seen Zelda, Sheik. We have seen everyone but Link so far from the Hyrule era of Nintendo. But now we have Kid Link, and this is going to be absolutely interesting because you have Byleth literally has an arsenal with them. They got the spears, they got the sword, they got the whip, they got everything. But also Kid Link bringing their own arsenal, literally being a danger from range, being even as much of a danger up close. They're bringing the boomerang, they're bringing the bombs, they're bringing the flaming arrow. So much arsenal from both of these sides. It's literally going to be a battle of the toolkits here. But without further ado, let's get right on into it. And you can see Akana already trying to start off, but Justin Byleth already answering back, and I love that name. Well done, Justin Byleth. And already you can see the up airs dealing a little bit of damage here, not much doing. And look at the arrows. They're trying to trade arrow for arrows, and I'm digging it. Boomerang goes out, doesn't connect. Meanwhile, out comes the whip, followed by the sword slash. The spear doesn't connect, though, and that spear is probably the most deadly instrument coming from Byleth. I know that's probably cap because Captain do be capping, but whenever I see the elimination potential, it's usually coming from the tip of that spear. That's where I see a lot of the eliminations from Byleth come through. Meanwhile, Ikana able to get Justin Byleth over towards the side. The recovery's there, but they land right into a forward smash. Out goes the bomb. Boom, boom, make you say way-oh. Doesn't connect. But that up slash does. And now the down air. That's all you need. Finishes that one off quick, fast, and in a hurry. The bombs continue to go out. Meanwhile, it will be Justin Byleth trying to work around the defenses of this Link. They go off stage. Not much doing for either side, except Kid Link does get the recovery. And now the up throw connects, forces Byleth to go off stage. Does follow it up yet again. And this is the danger here. We already talked about Min Min being a controller character. I don't know if there's such thing as a zoning character in Super Smash, but this has got to be it. Literally just being able to play at all the distances and then able to close the gap and then just run in and wreak havoc. This Kid Link, such a dangerous pick, and is showing exactly why. Look at this, already 134% damage, and the second stock off of Justin Byleth. Ikana on this Kid Link, still on their first. They get blown back into their own bomb. That was kind of nice. A good heads up play by Justin Byleth, being able to use the arrow to its full potential. And now the forward smash, once again at the tip of the spear, if I'm not mistaken, pole arm, whatever you would like to call it, will put it into the first stock of Ikana. Or is it Ikana? I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Ikana sounds cooler just because it sounds like iconic. You know, could be a play on maybe. Ikana. Either way, fantastic name. As you can see, Justin Byleth is forced to recover, get themselves back on the stage, but they miss with the whip, and now, tried to charge up the forward smash, but it was the quick reaction coming from Ikana to get the counter attack, and now throws the bomb out. It connects. 141% damage now. As you can see, Byleth trying to come through with a rebuttal with the counter. Does force Kid Link off of the side, but the recovery comes in just as quickly. And that's another thing you got to attest to Kid Link is they're not even a speedy character. I wouldn't put them in the speed category, but they are still insanely fast. And just as quickly as that match started, it had ended, and Ikana will take game number 1. And it's so funny whenever we cut back to screen because I'm usually still looking at like the play and the replay, so like my eyes are like right here. And then it cuts to my screen so I get to see myself looking down. I'm like, oh, hey, back. Welcome to the show. Captain Itsuka in Red Apple. The dynamic duo. The identical brethren. As we see some of these replays here. Again, just fantastic plays being made by this Kid Link. Again, being able to maneuver around all defenses. And even when they're not in the zone, a lot of these ranged attacks to create an opening and literally controlling the entire pace of the game. Controlling the stage as it be. And making the most of it. Look at that up and over. Dodging the forward smash. Goes around the defenses and literally attacks from behind in order to deal the utmost damage. Fantastic positioning, speediness, and reaction coming from that Kid Link. Coming from Ikana. Truly spectacular. Being able to get another 2 points. Putting DePaul University on that 16-point threshold. Still technically too soon to call, but it seems like a pretty safe bet. But luckily for the side of George Washington University, I'm not a gambler. Still have more games to go. As now the Sephiroth comes out. Okay, I'm not mad at this. I still like the sword wielders, and Sephiroth definitely one of the most iconic sword wielders ever. Now trying to take on this Kid Link, but I don't know. Sephiroth, as infamous as they may be, I don't know if they're ready to take on Kid Link. I mean, honestly, when you take into consideration the body count for Kid Link compared to Sephiroth, I think Kid Link wins if you consider pottery. Just take into, I think Kid Link has taken out more pottery than Sephiroth has taken out more of anything. But again, that's some math that we do not have the time or the ability to fact check. So meanwhile, Kid Link already off to an impressive start. Ikana putting on the first stock down off of Justin Byleth on this Sephiroth pick. going straight to work here, wasting no time. And finally, we're seeing a little bit of a rebuttal from Justin Byleth, but not before Kid Link does get in to deal a little bit of damage. And now this, Justin Byleth taking a little control here, able to deal out a good amount of damage, putting Icona into the kill potential for the first time in what feels like the first time in this match. In this series is now the down throw does connect, sends them up high. Does miss the stab attack, and out goes the arrows yet again. Trying to be just an absolute nuisance, really trying to force a dash attack. That's what they're trying to force by throwing out all of these projectiles. They're trying to force the forward dash and then leave an opening for the follow-up. Meanwhile, the combo does land, putting Justin Byleth now in the 100% tile. Out goes the boomerang, putting Justin Byleth once again over towards the edge. The boomerang does connect on back, and the bomb as well. Looking for the opening smash opportunity here. You can see Icona does get hit, goes up high, but still not going to be confirmed. Justin Byleth has got to confirm at least one stock. They have got to get this first stock off of Icona. And all it's going to take is one solid opening, and that might be it, enough to push them off the edge. But they're able to use that pesky grapple hook to recover yet again. And now going up high, does get the up air. And we'll get the second stock now off of Justin Byleth. Still 3 stock to their name, Icona. Having an absolute game here in game number 2 and in game number 3. And now you can see a good rebuttal from Justin Byleth. They are able to put young Link over towards the edge, but again, that recovery is there. There goes the dash attack, not being to, unfortunately, confirm or do much to this Kid Link, who is holding on at 157%. And still holding on to their first stock. Truly amazing. Not only the dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, but the precision coming with a lot of these projectiles. Again, the boomerang being able to connect on the up throw. And even the platforms aren't safe for this. Sephiroth being bullied on the platforms as well. They can't go to the ground. They can't take it to the platforms. Icona is everywhere. And now following it up with the flaming arrows again, closes the gap. Tries to get the smash. Not doing. Stab attack misses. And now here comes the rebuttal again from Icona. Trying to end it on the first stock. Puts them over towards the edge. And that is the game. 3-stock win for Icona. And takes the series 2-0 over George Washington University. And what a fantastic round it was. Icona showing us just how powerful Kid Link is. And keep in mind, Icona is not the only person using Kid Link right now. That's exactly why I pointed that one out, just because I was ready. I was ready for the Kid Link to go absolutely brazy. We've seen it happen earlier. We've seen it during the Vincentian Cup, and we are seeing it now in the EGFC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Season, as Kid Link, definitely one of the S-tier characters, in my opinion. As always, chat, call me if I'm capping, say Captain's capping, but pretty sure Kid Link is S-tier. Putting him up there with the S-tier selection. Regardless, Icona uses them to the S-tier ability. They use them as an S-tier character regardless, and that is a fantastic round win. Now DePaul, well, the 16-point threshold, they will take the dub overall in the series. Congratulations, they get the official win, but still plenty of time for George Washington University to try and get some points on the board, because remember, every point matters. So no matter what, you don't want to go down with no points. You still have an opportunity. You have a chance to try and make something out of nothing. And that's going to be the opportunity now for George Washington University as we get ready to head into our next matchup. Will they be able to get the job done? Well, that remains to be seen. But luckily for them, they don't have to fight Cookie, and they don't have to fight that Kid Link again. So there's that. No more mid-mid. Oh, no more Kid Link, we hope. But going into the next match, we're going to have Nighthawk versus Floral. Was it Nighthawk or Whitehawk? Whitehawk, my apologies. Whitehawk versus Floral. Into our next matchup. Now, what the character selection is, that remains to be seen. So no spoilerinos just yet about that. But we are getting ready to get into this next matchup. Hopefully George Washington will be able to answer back and get their first points on the board. So that way they can go down swinging and redeem themselves by going home with some points. Because like we said, every point does matter. As we get into this button check, you see it's another sword battle. It's going to be Sephiroth versus Marth. Yay, I am enthralled with the sword battles, and I am lucky enough that we get another sword battle. Hooray, happy days. But when it comes to Marth and Sephiroth, that is going to be interesting. And I'll be honest, when it comes to the Fire Emblem characters in Super Smash, Marth is always the first one I think of. Every single time. Like, I know we got Roy, we got your boy, we got Violet, we got so many other characters from the Fire Emblem series, but I just always think of Marth as like the Fire Emblem character. Well, let's find out whether or not they're going to be sticking to these picks as we get ready to get this next game underway. It will be interesting. Again, another sword battle, and I am always here for it. As I do hear the game will be starting momentarily, and then, again, this is going to be a doozy, to say the least, just because these are two completely different characters. I mean, yes, they're both sword wielders, but I mean, when it comes to composition, what they're bringing in their abilities is some significant differences. Already we're starting off here, and it's going to be Floral to get the first hit and the second onto Whitehawk. And finally, you can see Marth does come back with a little bit of a rebuttal, able to land some damage. Now back at around even, and way to close that gap. Oh my, Whitehawk able to send Floral off the side and take the first stock in a hurry. And Whitehawk with a nice lead, starting things very quickly for George Washington University here in game one between these two. And now Whitehawk does recover from being pushed off of the stage, and Floral finally getting a little bit of a rebuttal and a reversal. But you have got to watch out for those small openings. Marth is able to take quite the advantage very quickly, closing the gap, but it is going to be the back air from Floral that connects, trying to use the range attack there to confirm, but can't. Marth again trying to force Sephiroth off stage, but they find themselves back center stage and dealing out even more damage on their first stock. Whitehawk doing the absolute most with Marth right now, and then will force Sephiroth back off stage, forcing the recovery, and now Floral trying to use a lot of these up airs to solidify and to confirm their first stock off of Whitehawk, but Whitehawk constantly denying time and time again, comes through with a huge counter. Sephiroth able to recover, does land the stab attack, able to get themselves back on their feet, but that forward smash coming from Whitehawk will take the second stock off of Floral. And now we go back off stage, and I don't know, Sephiroth! Floral can't recover, and it's going to be another 3-stock win, except this time it goes to George Washington University. Game 1, 3-stock win for George Washington, and for the first time, George Washington University are on the board. There we go. George Washington has a pulse. They have a sign of life with a fantastic Game 1 win from Whitehawk on this Marth pick. And honestly, I thought Marth was out of the meta. I thought the reign of Marth had surely ended. But we have seen here today that is simply not the case. A fantastic display of Marth prowess coming from Whitehawk, being oh so speedy as well. As now we get ready to head into game number 2, and we do have a character. And already you can see Whitehawk wasting no time, looking to deal the damage even further, and they do. And you gotta give a little bit of credit to Whitehawk's speed. Again, Marth not exactly character. Full potential. Forcing Floral off the side yet again as they are forced to recover, but look, already at 130, nearly being able to take the first stock off so soon. Luckily, a lot of these counters and these parries are paying off. As you can see, Floral does get the first stock off of Marth, and for the first time in series, they have a lead. Nice follow-up touch there. Whitehawk now versus the edge guard. Floral, yep, is an elimination potential. It does get eliminated, and now we're back even 2 stock apiece. Floral with a slight lead though, 30%. And now Whitehawk going right back to work here, trying to find the opening. But again, talking about Whitehawk being speedy, look at Floral right now, being able to work the ins and outs of the 1s and 2s and the how do you do to really find these small openings and take as much advantage as possible on the opportunities. Meanwhile, you can see Whitehawk trying to force the edge guard, but does get denied off of the recovery from Floral. And a good up air, nice little up slash, not really to be too devastating, but just to let them know the platforms are not the way to go. And now, once again, both players are in that elimination potential. The elimination range, 100% for 96 for Martha, nearly being eliminated. That. The recovery comes through, and now Martha will take a turn. Trying to find the opening, but again, the nice dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge coming from Floral is able to get the up and over, but hold the phone. We have the back throw, which is going to force Floral off stage, and now here comes another forward throw. Going off stage again, the recovery's there, looking for the down smash, but can't get it. And tries to follow it with the up B, it doesn't connect, and we're back off stage. That up B also misses. And it was going to be a down smash, not close enough to get the elimination, but at 160%, now 172, there's only so much more Floral can take here on their second stock. As they finally force Marth off stage, but there goes the forward throw again, forcing them off stage, looking for the down air, still can't find the opportunity, but another up throw will do it at around 180%. And now Floral on their last stock looks to even the odds here with Whitehawk, who again is in that danger, 120%. Now Floral already starting to work and chip away at this damage percentage with the combos. Eating away at that shield a little bit, but the up B is going to land. Not enough to confirm still. Whitehawk holding on to their second stock with an iron grip, dealing as much damage as possible before that stock is gone. And there it goes. We are back to 1 stock apiece with a slight lead for Whitehawk, 31%. Back to the center stage we go, and the up airs are going to land. And now, nice little forward smash, putting Floral already at 85% damage. And now you can see Floral once again going to work, but hold the phone. Whitehawk can't recover. And that's going to be game number 2, going of Flora with the Pyra Mithra pick. Wow, that was a fantastic game there, and a nice answer back coming from DePaul University, who are able to somewhat stifle the flare there, no pun intended, on this Marth pick coming from George Washington University. DePaul not going to be giving any wins away for. They're going to make between these two. It's going to be interesting how this one ends, heading into game number 3 now. Into the victor go the spoils. But with that being said, DePaul take, I think, 1 point on that one. It was a 1 stock win, so there should be 1 point going in their direction. Not like they need it, but still. As we get ready to head, once again, into this game number 3, you got to ask. I mean, honestly, you don't even have to ask. I really think I should just stick with both characters. I mean, the Marth pick was able to win game 1, and then you had the Pyra Mithra 2. Really not much of a need to change, especially considering how close the last match was. It's going to be up to the players, but I really do not. If I was to rub my crystal ball head, I do not foresee a character change, but Captain do be capping, so I guess we'll have to wait and see. So now the only thing that I'm curious is what's taken to get into the next game. If they were sticking with their original picks, then we'd be in the next game already. Maybe. I don't know. Can't confirm. So I'm wondering if they're pondering the possibility of a character switch. It's very... forgot the word. I wasn't taking a dramatic pause. I literally just forgot what I was going to use. Suspenseful! Thank you, Aeon in my ear. The apple of my eye. It is very suspenseful. I'm trying to decide on what character you want to bring, but it does sound like that these players have picked and are ready to get game number 3 underway to finally settle it once and for all in this best of 3. Who will reign supreme? Is it going to be White Hawk or is it going to be Floral? And yes, we are sticking with the Marth in the Mithra Pyra pick. And it seems as though White Hawk is going to take an early lead here, but we have seen this before, and it did not end well for White Hawk. Meanwhile, Floral Combos is able to force White Hawk over towards the edge. Now the up airs coming from White Hawk. Looks like they're going to even the numbers, but hold the phone. A nice little throw coming from Floral. Forward throw coming from Floral. Say that 3 times fast as we continue on here. Going up on the platform and coming from underneath. Cheeky hit there, forcing Marth off stage. Looking for the down air, but can't the down and get it to land on the edge guard. And now the recovery puts these two just about even at 90 and 100%, both in the red, both in the elimination potential, but the up air nearly being able to confirm the stock off of White Hawk, but no, they recover and will get the reverse in order to force Floral off stage. And there you have it with the edge guard. We'll get the first stock off of Floral. Well, and easy come, easy go. Back to 2 stock apiece. And again, this is just some great sword action here. Again, I love watching the sword fights go down. As you can see, Floral once again trying to get those up airs to go. Meanwhile, Marth just trying to force the edge. Trying to force Floral off stage. And there they go again. They're trying to get the down slash, and they get it. Taking the second stock off of Floral early with the down air. Very aggressive edge control coming from White Hawk. And now back over towards the edge in the center stage now. You can see Marth applying a lot of this damage here. White Hawk now finally finds himself, and Floral very much within the danger here, trying to even the odds. 91% now. And that should just about do it, but no, the recovery's there as they go off stage. And to get a huge forward air to get the dub. White Hawk will take the series 2-1 over Floral. Now that was pretty litty. I mean, let's be completely honest with you. It was a real back and forth there. We thought Floral was going to make a huge comeback, but then it was the offstage presence coming from that Marth pick from White Hawk. Unbelievable. Again, getting a lot of great aerial attacks, the forward airs, the back airs, the down airs. Again, this offstage presence was the real difference maker here. I mean, look at that. The recovery back onto stage in order to get the edge guard. And then again, coming towards the edge here. And this was the down air. Look at that. Literally would only weigh, what, 30% damage onto Pyra. And then, of course, that upward smash to put them over the edge. And then the forward air to finish it. Literally every single elimination came off stage for White Hawk. Absolutely phenomenal offstage control coming from Marth. But if I'm not mistaken, we may have more to go. We got one more to go between these two, but still got to give it to George Washington University for getting some points on the board. They got 7 now. Nothing to hang your head low about there. DePaul University still, of course, in the lead with 22. Fantastic showing coming from both sides as we get ready to get the last game underway for between Starbucks and a Bobby Time. I, for one, am not a fan of Starbucks. I think it's overrated. You can at me on that, too. That's right. Take all of you on. All of you Starbucks fans. Not afraid of you. Regardless. No, yeah, no, not the player. No, the player's probably goated. The player could probably sweep me up. I'm talking about, like, actual Starbucks. Like the coffee chain. I'm not a fan. Probably had to make that distinction. Yeah, just in case, though. I doubt Starbucks, the player, is going to be bringing anything pumpkin spice to this fight. But that remains to be seen. They could. You never know. I dropped my controller. Hang on. I got it. It's tangled around my foot. Okay, there we go. We're going to throw it to a quick, short break. But when we come back, you'll be able to continue to hear the beautifulness of my voice for your audio and viewing pleasure. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Smash right here at the EGFC. Well, if you got to see the preview of the button test, then you know it is about to get litty. This is the battle of the heavies. This is literally Rampage just in Super Smash. You have Bowser. You have Donkey Kong. It was up for debate, still up for debate, whether or not Bowser has been dethroned as one of the top heavies by Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong on the come up. Everybody saying Donkey Kong is the new hit thing. What? No, they changed off of Donkey Kong. No, this was gonna be the battle, the end all of the be alls, but no, they changed to Pokemon Trainer. Not that we haven't seen Pokemon Trainer like absolutely pop off. They have, especially Squirtle, but I really wanted to see that Donkey Kong Bowser fight. Like that was like pay-per-view worthy fight. You know what I mean? I would have threw up a Twitch subscription for that. I would have dropped my Twitch Prime on a Donkey Kong Bowser final fight. You know what I mean? But, oh well, Pokemon Trainer, just as good. As you can see, we're already off. And actually, it is going to be Starbucks here on the Bowser pick that is going to be taking a little bit of an early lead, landing some of those heavy. And I wonder how Bowser feels about fighting Squirtle. I mean, you're fighting another turtle. That would be like if Bowser fought one of the Koopas. He's King Koopa. Definitely a conflict of interest there, but not with Ivysaur. There's not. Bobby Tom gets the first stock off of Starbucks there in spectacular fashion, being able to use up airs. And exchanging a good bit of damage there. As you can see, Starbucks trying to take this stock off and be done with the first stock. Meanwhile, Bobby Time switches out to Charizard and tries to make the most of their first stock. Goes for the back throw, is able to get about stage. As the recovery is underway, but the tail whip, oh my goodness, so good coming from Charizard every single time. Doesn't disappoint. The flamethrower goes out. It's off target. And still not able to confirm this first elimination, even at 130. And now Charizard enters back in a major way, putting Starbucks at 113 on their second stock. Again, applying that edge guard. Now looking for the up air, doesn't land. But the tail whip certainly does. And again, you got to remember, Bowser is a very big, beefy boy. It does take a lot to get Bowser out, but it will be the up smash coming from Starbucks to finally take the first stock off of Bobby Time, who immediately switches to the Ivysaur. There, we can avoid turtle on turtle action. And just like that, easy come, easy go. That second stock is no mo for Starbucks. On their last stock here in game number 1, Bobby Time doing a fantastic job with Ivysaur. Remember, they're weak to fire. Grass types are weak to fire. Doesn't apply in Super Smash, but keeping you on your toes, just so you know. And out comes Charizard. This is going to nullify that fire advantage that doesn't exist. There's going to be fire on fire here, even fight. And once again, Starbucks getting caught up in the flame. The recovery, and now going into that up. Tied at exactly 89% apiece. But for how long? Finally, you can see once again, forward air coming out from Bobby Time, and now another. As that one finally goes off and towards the side, sending Bowser off stage, looking for the edge guard here. Doesn't land, tail just off. And it will be the up smash from Bobby Time to end this one in one stock. That is going to be game number 1, going the way of the Pokemon trainer Bobby Time, giving themselves 2 points on the board. DePaul University now with a total of 24 after that game 1 win. As we get ready to head into 2, I would still like to see the Donkey Kong and Bowser matchup. That would make me happy, but I don't see Pokemon trainers switching off. I don't see Bobby Time switching off, going back to the Donkey Kong. Probably won't happen, but regardless, look at the work coming in from Bobby Time. Oh my word, making the most out of that first stock, absolutely. And then just time and time again, finding a lot of the avenues and being able to really navigate 2 different Pokemon they were maining on, of course, Ivysaur and this Charizard. And then Charizard really giving Bowser. Bowser is going to outsmash Charizard, but they were barely able to come through the counter time and time again with these massive smash attacks in order to solidify and confirm stocks. Fantastic plays coming from Bobby Time as they look to continue that momentum as we get ready to head into game 2. Will DePaul University in the last game in 2, or will we see a game 3? Only time will tell as we get ready to head into the next match, the next game. And possibly the last one. That is correct. This is possibly the last one if Bobby Time can close it out here. But it also is going to be interesting whether or not they stick to the same characters, because I'll be completely honest, side adventure for Bobby Time. It felt like the Bowser pick wasn't doing much. So let's see if any changes will be made. And this one is apparently for me. Thank you. Thank you, Ion. And yes, we have it. It is the Rampage. It is the battle of the heavies once and for all. Let it be decided, the debate to be settled. Is Bowser no longer one of the favorite heavies, or will DK dethrone King Koopa? Well, let it be decided. Let it be found out now. As you can see, Bobby Time already on the receiving end of a lot of damage from the Tyrannical Turtle. I know I said it once for Squirtle, but let's be real. Bowser is for sure the Turtle Tyrant as they hit the drop. Oh, the down B. Nearly being able to confirm Bobby Time, but you got to remember, Donkey Kong is just as beefy as Bowser here. So it takes a lot to get the elimination. Get this, neither able to recover, and that is going to be 1 stock apiece early, and this is what we like to see. This is what the battle of heavies is all about. This is even as even can get. This is literally just Rampage in Smash. Now Bowser with the recovery does find their way back over to center stage. Donkey Kong does follow it up with the 1-2 give and go. Putting Starbucks at a 100% already. Putting them in the dirt. Looking for the recovery. Does get the up throw. Using those dreaded spikes. And now nearly being able to even things up here. Goes for the down throw. Does land. Oh, and a huge side. And a huge back air coming from Bobby. And yet another down throw. It does land, but not enough to confirm. Again, this is just about even. And finally, forward smash does go to Bowser. They get the celebration jumps. And now Bobby Time looking to even things up here. He's going to be winding up. Goes for the down clap into the up. A true standing ovation coming from the Donkey Kong in order to get that stock elimination. And now it's down to 1-1. Will the debate rage on? Has Bowser been dethroned as one of the favorite heavies in favor of the up-and-coming Donkey Kong, who is becoming more and more popular in the pick percentage, in the pick rate? As you can see, Starbucks does land a pretty impressive up throw, and now the back throw. Only to be met by a forward smash here. This is looking dangerous. The flamethrower perfectly, but the up B does come through for Bobby Time, but still 150%. All it's going to take is this one. There it is. It's the down throw, and that will be game 2, going the way of Starbucks. King Koopa still reigns supreme among the heavy. All right, that's it. That's all you get. I used all my hype for in the game. The post review, the hype is gone. I ulted in the game. That's what happened. My ult is gone. It's on cooldown time. So now you get not as hype, Captain Etsuko. But luckily we have Red Apple to help me bring the hype. But regardless, you've seen it. We both seen it. Fantastic. Absolutely wonderful. Got to see the most anticipated matchup, at least for me tonight. The Donkey Kong versus the Bowser. Again, the first initial stocks being traded off stage, and then Bowser coming through with this combo off stage, and then finally this down throw. Oh my, so good to end it out just the way that Bowser should. And honestly, what was the big difference maker for me was the off stage flamethrower. Like literally it was perfectly timed. That's the one thing about the flamethrower with a lot of Bowsers. They mistime it, they miss the recovery, and then they get punished. But that flamethrower from that Bowser just then and there, just perfect. Literally having Donkey Kong up B, helicopter into it, taking all the damage, not some of the damage, not half the damage, all of it. And then just leaving them wide open for that down throw. Get the confirm to get that last stock. A fantastic showing from Bowser. And to be completely honest, I was rooting for Bowser in that fight if it wasn't obvious already. But regardless, we still have another game to go. We have a game 3 between these two. So are we going to see the heavies come out? Honestly, I would be surprised if they don't bring out Pokemon Trainer again, because that was literally a one-sided. They should just go. If they want to secure the win, they'll bring out Pokemon Trainer. If they want to do it for the memes, they'll keep Donkey Kong. And that's what I'm calling. That's what I'm calling right now. If they're going to go for the dub, it's going to be Pokemon Trainer. If they do it, it's going to be Donkey Kong. So let's get ready to see how this one will end. Between these two teams, between these two schools, between George Washington University and DePaul. The last match of the night. Here we go. And it's going to be Bowser once again against Pokemon Trainer DePaul. Bobby Time. Going to go for the win. Going to go for the win. Going to go for the win here in Animal. As already we see some turtle on turtle violence. It's going to be Bowser starting things off here, trying to throw out the flamethrower. But Squirtle, again, even though maybe like a fifth of the size of Bowser, shows no fear. And finally, here comes Ivysaur. Going to try and deal out a little bit more damage. Does get the down throw into the up air, trying to follow it up with. And now we need a little bit of the Razor Leaves in my life, a little bit of Vine Whip by my side, a little bit of Razor Blade, a little bit of Leaf Blade in the air. And now a down throw coming from Starbucks does put Ivysaur over towards the edge, but there goes the Leaf Blade, followed up by the Razor Leaf. Nice little wombo combo, and out comes the big baddie. Out comes Charizard. Looking for the tail whip again. That was very successful in game number 1, but manages to find the recovery. Same thing. Bowser flying. And there you have it. The first stock is now gone off of Starbucks. Oh, and there you have it. The nice down throw. We've already seen a win off of a Donkey Kong. Now is a Black Charizard to get that stock off. And now we're back even at 2 stock apiece. Meanwhile, you can see Bobby just really laying in with the chip damage. Trying to do a little bit at a time each time, and it all does add up. But remember how much it takes for Bowser. You're going to have to apply a lot of chip damage in order to get that one to go. Eventually, you're going to have to bring out the huge smash attacks, much like Bowser did just then and there, nearly being able to confirm here. But down goes the down again, the down throw. Not being able to confirm as now you can see Bowser does go off stage and the tail whip lands, and it will be Bobby to force Starbucks into the smash zone off stage for the second stock to be gone off of Starbucks. And that was a huge forward air coming from Starbucks trying to confirm, and they will. Now back to 1 stock apiece. Looking to get the win off the down throw again. They do have Bobby time up to 50%. Meanwhile, Starbucks now on the receiving end of damage and has to recover. And they will. Now Charizard goes absolutely flying. Is able to recover themselves. And again with a nice follow-up. Looking to even things out against Starbucks. And they do. Follows it up with yet another tail whip. Tries to go off stage. And gives Bowser a flamethrower. A taste of their own medicine. And then Bowser tries to return the favor. It doesn't land. Back onto the platform, back onto stage. As you can see, it will be Bobby who does get hit there off stage again. Is forced to recover. Oh, and a nice up smash, nearly being able to confirm, and that should do it. And there it is, Starbucks with the Bowser pick, able to come through, tried and true in 3. Takes it 2-1 over Bobby time. And there you have it. George Washington University does go down swinging, although DePaul University, to them, they end up with 24 points in comparison to George Washington's 11. So huge GGs to both teams involved, but DePaul University will take the dub. And with that, we are going to take another short break, and hopefully when we come back, we will have an interview lined up for you. So do not go anywhere. Well, hello and welcome back to the EGFC. Once again, I am your bald, beautiful host, Captain Atsoka, joined by beautiful Crow and Dog. Such a beautiful dog. Oh, the baby. Give kisses. Yes, all the good doggo action. But also, more importantly, we're joined by Turbo from DePaul University, rocking the Crusader helm. Definitely does give plus 10 to vitality. So definitely good to have Turbo. How are you feeling?
You know, I'm feeling great. You know, I got to sit back today and watch my team, you know, kick some butt. Treadmill played beautifully today, making their debut with the Greninja. Really kicked some butt out there today. Had that rough start with the game 1 last stock. It was a 5.5-minute game. Oh my God. And then, you know, adapted, learned, and overcame with that 3 stock after. Props to him. Everyone else played really well, so I'm proud of the team today.
I really want that dog. Anyway, yes, I am definitely impressed with how DePaul played. I mean, I get getting George Washington University, but I am familiar with DePaul. You have a great esports program. Your team very solid through and through, and we got to see some interesting picks today. But one thing I wanted to ask: how do you feel about the debate between Donkey Kong and Bowser? Which, by the way, if you don't, we got to see the DK Bowser matchup, and Bowser actually won from George Washington University. How did you this game?
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I think Bowser is really cringe. I hate that. I hate that character more than I hate myself. I'm a huge DK believer. I'm a huge Bobby Time DK believer. I think Bobby Time, you know, he may not have shown it today, but he can really improve with that DK, and I think it's potentially better than his Pokemon trainer. I don't know. That's just me, though.
Oh, well, you see, that's interesting because the Pokemon trainer, well, you did win and it did lose. So, yeah, that is definitely to be considered. But now with this game out of the way, I have to ask you, who do you think is your top opponent going forward after this spectacular win?
Definitely the University of Texas Arlington. I mean, with their standings right now, they are a force to be reckoned with. We haven't played them yet this season, but they are above us in these standings, and we are excited to play them. We are going to go into it strategically, and we are going to prepare ourselves mentally and physically for it.
And you see, that's something I was going to ask you in particular, is because you sat out, you had a day off. Okay, you got to put your feet up, you got to put the helmet on, you got to chill with Pikachu. You know, you're having an day off. I got to ask you, what are you going to be bringing to the table the next time you're up to bat for DePaul University?
You know, a lot of people know me as the token Falcon player of the DePaul Smash team, but I have a little pocket character in my pocket that I'm going to bring out next time. So for those watching, stay tuned and maybe you'll see it.
All right. Well, you know, before I let you go, first things first, beautiful. Do you have any questions here for our Knight in Shining Armor Turbo?
Honestly, I'm just ready to see DePaul keep going crazy because I am a big fan of yours team. But yeah, just keep driving forward, and that UT Arlington matchup could be pretty dope to see. There'll be some heavy hitters in there. What do you think about that, KT? She agrees.
Yes.
My dog agrees.
Yes, she does. All right, now, finally, before I let you go, Turbo, this is going to be the last question. Do you have anybody you want to shout out, be it family, friends, teachers, teammates? As of now, Turbo, Sir Turbo, the floor is yours.
You know, first I want to shout out Treadmill, like I was praising him before. He played beautifully today, making his debut in the EGFC. Cookie with the insane double 3-stock. Props to him. And the rest of my team playing well as always. Shout outs to my friends, family, love them. And shout outs to the princess that I'm about to go save in my Knight in Shining Armor.
Well, we wish you the most success, and hopefully, unlike Mario, when you save your princess, there will be no King Koopa there to stop you. Regardless, that is going to be just about it. And Turbo, thank you for sitting down and talking with us tonight.
Of course, thank you.
Can't wait to see you in the future fight. But for now, that's going to just about do it. EGFC, it has been an absolutely insane night from start to finish for all Super Smash, and I can honestly tell you that Beautiful and I have absolutely been through the ringer to make sure that we bring the best quality Smash tournaments right to you. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, and we will see you next time.